The right to offend is not some pesky little part of freedom of speech that we have to put up with. It is the heart and soul and lungs of freedom of speech. It is the coursing lifeblood of human progress. It is the instigator of liberty and modernity and science and understanding. What a laughing stock today's student leaders are, that they can so casually dismiss the right to be offensive without realizing that their lovely, enlightened lives are the gift of individuals who gave offense. Offensiveness is not just something we have to begrudgingly accept. Offensiveness is the motor of human progress.
Now broadcasting from the Right to Offend Media Studios in sunny South Florida, bringing you the latest in politics, current events, art, and pop culture. This is the Whitfield Report live with Sam Whitfield.
But giving offense is good. In fact, it's essential.
And giving offense is essential, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to tonight's edition of the Whitfield Report.
Bye! Sorry.
Not sure exactly what happened with Rumble Studio freezing the intro video on my end there. But anyway, yeah, they got some new upgrades. So things might look a little different.
Our names used to be in like black and now there's a white background so you can actually read it. So that's cool.
Yeah, that's very cool. So welcome to the show, everybody. We are live here, and thanks to everyone for joining us. I'm Sam Whitfield, your esteemed host, joined as always by Max Sand and Mortheous, who I feel like even though like Rumble, it would be really nice if they if you guys like at least allowed like hosts without a webcam to at least like display like an avatar or something.
Yeah, my profile pic would be great.
Yeah, that would be nice. Like every other
there's like a way
has that
ass backwards way to do it with OBS, right? But yeah, it should be really easy. You should be able to just put up a picture and that's your avatar. Come on, Rumble, throw us a bone.
Yeah, I mean because like people always ask, well, why isn't more on screen? And it's because he doesn't want. Well, I mean, I don't want to speak for Mort, but
well, it's because you've been on cam on your show for so many years, right? And when I came on, I had been doing like a face cam anyway, so we're just used to it. That's all.
Yeah,
but we also aren't like high pressure about it. If it's just.
And I just prefer to be the disembodied voice.
Yeah, we respect Anon as like a concept. Wow, what a shot! Because look, a lot of the founding fathers wrote anonymously. Did you guys know this? Thomas Paine wrote Common Sense anonymously. That pamphlet changed the average, person's thought on the monarchy, and that was done anonymously. So yes, we highly support people who choose various levels of anonymity here. And so all we're asking Rumble, let them pick an avatar.
That's what I was gonna say. I feel like there's a difference between anonymous and invisible, right? Like,
correct.
Mort wants to remain anonymous, but I'm sure if he could, he would definitely like add, a profile picture to, Rumble, and it would be on here.
I would use the Mort picture that you made, Sammy.
And people comment on it because it kind of does look unprofessional. So we usually don't like to talk too much about like issues we have with the streaming platforms, but like in this case, it makes us look like we don't know how to do that, but it's the Rumble doesn't do that. So
yeah, and also, I'd like to point out too that, since this is kind of like a brand new like I guess software update, like, and Rumble is taking, feedback, like I feel like this is kind of like
Yeah,
the
man.
exact
This is a slam
perfect time
dunk.
to give
People would really
feedback.
appreciate this. I know many people in our circle would appreciate the ability to use an avatar in Rumble Studio. I do want to point out, we got another historical fact in the chat, Sam. Craig has showed up. Craig Bob 99 says, Ben Franklin wrote his treatise on pussy smoke under the pen name XX96 Cigar 69 XX. So, fun fact about history there.
Yeah. You know.
And here we are solving the great mysteries of life, you know? Or at least the pussy smoke mystery.
Well, you know, and for those who don't know, like, Craig also has his PhD in pussy smoke.
Well, no, he has a PhD, but he has a thesis about pussy smoke. They're two separate things.
Oh, right. How could I forget that?
Yeah, if he got his doctorate in pussy smoke, he would be the most based doctor that's ever lived. But
facts.
Yeah. Anyway, though,
yes, I'm a doctor. Well, I'm a doctor of the fumigation of vagina.
I don't know if you know this, Max, but you know, the Republicans, we are absolutely you know, we're in trouble, boys. I don't know if you know this.
Are we tired of winning yet?
Well, you know, we're gonna be tired of winning here soon because you know, as it turns out, the DNC they got a new vice chair this week. So
terrifying individual.
So Mortheous, to quote one of your favorite hashtags, this is a prime example of I had to see it now. Of hashtag I had to see it, now you do too. Because
God damn it, Sam.
David Hogg, the alleged school shooter survivor, and I say alleged because
he wasn't there on the day of the shooting.
Right, yeah. He wasn't actually in the building.
Now look, that I feel like that is a kind of a low blow. Look, classmates, people he knew were harmed by this tragic event, and I don't want to make too much light of those people's deaths. Okay, but it is important to note that he told stories of being in the Parkland High School, which were completely false at the time that it happened, and then he just became an advocate for it, and nobody really called him on the fact that he lied.
Kind of, you know, being serious here for a sec, though, like, my biggest criticism of David Hogg, and I actually got a lot of flack for this over the years, is from the beginning, I have said that David Hogg has been grifting off of, you know, his deceased classmates, and I got called, oh, Sam, you're 22, 23 years old, and you're bullying this poor high school student. No, my heart still goes out to the families of the victims.
Well, okay, but now he's not a teenager, right? And he's been on that same course, and he's been saying the same things that you were criticizing then, right? And it's like, oh, so suddenly now it's okay for you to criticize him because he passed the age test. I'm sorry, but politics and sex are different. Younger people can have an opinion on politics. Okay, it's not the same thing as like, oh, young people, they can't have an opinion on politics, and you also can disagree with their opinion, right?
Right, and also, like I said, I would have more sympathy for him if he weren't, immediately like trying to grift off of the, I survived a school shooting.
Yeah, he immediately became a talking head on news networks, and he's remained basically, and he went to school to become a media talking head as well. Yeah, look, it's paid off. I have to give you can say a lot about David Hogg, but he is now the vice chair of the DNC.
Yes. Well, Max, I'm glad you pointed that out because, as I said, in the words of our co-host Mortheous, he likes to use a hashtag I had the seat now, you do too. This is a prime example of that because David Hogg
One
gave
question though, Sam. If he's now in charge of a giant political party and he's the boss, does that make him Boss Hogg?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
cool. Let's go.
Yes, I hadn't even thought of that, but let's see what the Boss Hogg has to say for himself.
Well, he's got like 5 women cheering.
First of all, thank you, Chairman Harrison. Can we give a round of applause to Jamie? Thank you. Thank you. Who's ready to take the fight to the Republicans and win this thing? Are you guys ready to fight? It's been a long day, but guess what? We have a long road ahead. Let's go and kick some ass.
Yeah, they're going to kick ass,
win
Sam.
our young people back, and let's stop sending just our
But are they
thoughts and
taking
prayers
names?
to address gun violence and do something. Are you ready to do that? Because together, we can make school shooter drills history and not headlines. Are you ready to do that? Together, we can address
Hold up. He
the
thinks he's going to
housing crisis
ban
and
guns.
so many other issues of our time that are affecting our young people. Because tonight, Malcolm and I won with your support. Thank you so much. You guys rock. And thank you again to Jamie. Thank you to Justin. Give a round of applause to Justin Pearson. And all my friends in the young Dems, the college Dems, the high school Dems.
Look how fucking
I
limp
love you
his
guys
wrists
so
are,
much.
Sam.
I could go on and on. Let's go party.
Those arms are like cigarettes. I could smoke them arms.
Yeah, so
He is literally on the equivalent level of manliness as Nick Fuentes. He is the equal and opposite Democrat counterpart of Nick Fuentes. Neither one could throw a punch. Both got limp wrists. Both look like they're wearing dad's suit.
well, I mean,
Neither one's ever been laid by a woman.
Well, his dad is an FBI agent, and like, I know.
Okay, so both probably raped by a parent. Okay.
Well, what I was gonna say is his dad is an FBI agent, and I would have to check with Andrew Nelson on this, but like that suit kind of looks like it could be like an NYPD or like an FBI like plainclothes detective suit that he's wearing.
Yeah, but see,
a
a plainclothes detective would probably want to wear a suit that fits so that they don't look like a child that got into dad's closet. Right? Dude,
Yeah,
you're the vice.
You would hope.
Hold on. You're the vice chair of the DNC, David Hogg. You cannot get a tailor? For fuck's sake. Look at me. I'm wearing a hoodie and a t-shirt, Sam, and even I know this motherfucker looks ridiculous.
Well, Max, the DNC doesn't have any money. Here's the
That's
thing.
right. Yeah,
I can tell you he looks ridiculous.
They can't afford Brooks Brothers anymore, Max. They can't they can't afford Brooks Brothers or Taylors or anything.
They can't afford Men's Warehouse, Sam, because USA just got cut.
Oh, well, that's yeah. I wasn't even
These
going to go
motherfuckers
there.
ain't about to afford the Burlington Coat Factory, Sam.
Yeah. So here's my
TJ Maxx,
response.
here come the Democrats.
So here's my response to David Hogg as DNC chair.
No, this is a historic victory. This is an amazing, historic, complete, total victory of us over Democrats. Because they cared so, like, people cared so little about who was going to be in charge of the DNC that this motherfucker got elected. And make no mistake, it's not because he had a swell of support. It's literally because if you look at the videos, they don't show the crowd in most of the videos, Sam, because there's only like 30 people in the whole building.
Well, yeah. Well, not just that. So I actually have a theory as to why they picked David Hogg for DNC vice chair. And it's because
they got massacred in the Young vote.
Well, that also though, and I'm being dead serious here, Max. So Barron Trump really helped out with the youth vote, this last election for Trump. He was the one, President Trump has even said that, yeah, Barron was the one who really motivated me to get, onto Joe Rogan's podcast and to do all these, alternative media, platforms. And so
they want David Hogg to be the guy to go on all those things and try and be their window into it. I see what you're saying. It's not going to work because he's David fucking Hogg.
Well, right, yeah,
Talk about not having your pulse on the finger of the youth more than David Hogg.
Well, yeah, but Max, that's literally all that. That's literally my point though. They have, they don't have a Barron Trump, and so
they got David Hogg. Oh, what a fucking downgrade. Oh man, we don't got a Barron. He's Barron from Wish now. It's sad.
I mean, Barron. I feel Barron from Wish would at least be it's not in a half-assed Chinese knockoff. It's a 1/8 knockoff. So, but yeah.
No, but the one thing is Barron wears suits that fit him. He has to. He's very tall, Sam. So I bet you all his suits are custom made.
Yeah, well, also
I'm very tall too, and if I were to get a full suit, I would have to get it custom made because I'm tall. That's what happens when you're tall. They don't just have it off the rack.
Yeah. Also, though, Barron is also very polite and very well spoken. He's not trying to do the, yeah, we're gonna fuck shit up, type of speech.
Craig is cracking me up. I got to catch up on chat here. He said, also, I'm not sure anyone wants to know if Hogg's pussy makes smoke. I prefer to remain ignorant of the hussy smoke. And also he said that faggot Fuentes also campaigned for camel toe. He is just Hogg with enough autism to sig hail in public. Very true, very true.
Yeah,
that was the one that got me, Sam. He is just autistic enough to say, and hey, Elon is autistic enough to sig hail in public now too. So,
you know what though? I can't believe I'm about to say this, but Nick Fuentes might have been I can't believe I'm going to say this, but Nick Fuentes might have been a better choice for DNC chair than Hogg is.
It'd be more honest about the state of their party.
Well, yeah.
That it's an absolute fucking clown show.
Oh yeah, totally.
Craig says, I bet Barron is polite in public and then one of the most vile cancer posters on the 4chans. See, here's my thing. I'm pretty sure Barron is a 4chan guy. I know some of these Doge guys are. There's no way you get a bunch of young engineers working with Elon and they're not 4chan guys. Can't convince me.
It would be amazing if Trump was a 4chan guy.
Yeah. Well,
he is. Ask the QAnon. He'll tell you.
See your brand on TV. Your competitors will wish they had known about Vibe. With Vibe,
the Joe Rogan.
In related news, gentlemen.
Related news. I heard a monkey.
Oh, that audio went through then, huh?
It sure did.
Yep.
Okay. Well, let me make sure. Okay. Oh, that's why.
Yeah, you know what? Craig makes a good point that Doge is 100% littered with Chan lurkers. They're lurkers, Sam. I know a lurker when I see one.
Yeah.
And that's good. Lurk more. Lurk more.
Well,
I want all of Doge. That should be mandatory. If you're a member of Doge, is that you have to lurk 4chan in the poll board at least for like a while. We'll let you know.
Oh yeah. Well,
Sam. Joe Rogan.
In related news, I guess I guess the Kamala campaign's latest cope. Well, it's not their latest cope. It's it's been around for a while, but basically the cope since the election has been we lost the election because Joe Rogan, one man, granted he does have the biggest podcast audience in the world. Joe Rogan.
By the way, thanks, Joe.
Joe Rogan fucked over Kamala Harris, and that's why she lost the election. And they've been going at
that. They wrote that in a book.
Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris.
Yeah, one of the staffers wrote in a book a whole bunch of shit about Joe Rogan like fucking them over.
So Joe, I won't play the entire thing. I'll play a good portion of it. But Joe actually responded to this on yesterday's show. I have no idea who the guest is, but this clip has been going viral today, and for good reason. So,
all right, well, let's take a look.
I guess it's probably a good time to talk about this. There was a thing that came out recently. There was a book. There was some book about the Kamala Harris campaign where they talked about her getting on this show. And they said a bunch of things that weren't true. They talked to supposedly talked to like 150 different people about her and, what happened with her coming on this show. I don't know if it's 150, a lot of people. They didn't talk to us. And which is
shocker.
Why wouldn't you talk to them? Because, all right. Because you're the dishonest media. I'm glad that USAID funding is getting pulled. Sam, it's really weird how all these left-wing organizations are now like, I don't have any money when USAID got pulled. Anyway, unrelated. Let's hear what Joe has to say here.
Yeah.
Just kind of crazy. And which is like, they didn't even ask. But they said things that just weren't true. One of the things they said that weren't true was that we lied about the day that Trump was coming on. No, we just didn't tell you that Trump was coming on. He was already booked a long time ago. This is how it worked.
They don't have
Trump
to tell
was
you.
Really easy to book, like super easy. We offered one day. He said yes. That was it. There was no, what are we going to talk about? How long is it going to be? Is it going to be edited? There was nothing.
By the way,
that sounds accurate from anything anybody's talked about with Trump before. So yeah.
Yep.
Well, that also sounds pretty accurate. Like when I invite authors on, or basically like any guest I've had, this is same like for Karina, for Craig, for anyone we've had on. It's usually like, hey, I'd like to invite you on the podcast. Are you available to come on this day? Oh, you are? Okay, great. Well,
there might be a, hey, we're going to talk about this topic, but it's not much more in depth than that. Yeah.
Yeah. It's, booking guests is not a complicated thing for a podcast.
No. And Trump is an old media guy. He knows how to play that game. He's like, oh yeah, I'll come on. He talked for like 4 hours. Right. Yeah. As I remember, it was like 4 hours and he just kind of went. Obviously Kamala couldn't do that. We all know she couldn't do that.
Yeah, this gets better though.
Nothing. Yeah. What's the waiver? Here, give me that waiver. Sign it. It was so easy. So he was already booked. They never committed to doing the show. So all this talk, there was nothing. They said that the reason why they did the Beyonce thing, the Beyonce event in Houston, was so that they could be in Texas to do my show. They never agreed to do the show. None of that's true. They never agreed.
That's fucked.
They also said that they sent someone down here to the studio to do a walkthrough of the set. That's not true. The Trump administration did. I mean, if they are trying to say that they, as in the entire federal government, well, I don't think the Trump
Secret Service walked through one time, and they're trying to say, oh, well, the Secret Service walked through. Well, yeah, but it was Trump's Secret Service, and it was for Trump to be there, and they already knew the date and time and everything. So they would have to walk through again.
Yeah,
I mean, we know people who used to work in the Secret Service. We could ask, but I'm pretty sure that they would have had to do a walkthrough separately for Kamala than they did for Trump.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I can get
sense, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I can. Well, from talking to both Steve Stratton and Andrew Nelson, both of whom worked security, Andrew for the NYPD and Steve Stratton for the Secret Service, both of them have said on multiple occasions on the show that, that like walkthroughs, that's security 101.
That's most of their job. That's what I'm trying to like get at, is most of their job is just doing the walkthrough. Because, okay, I bet you low-level Secret Service agents would do a walkthrough of the same fucking building every day, Sam. Every day. Because you never know if somebody's going to leave a package outside that looks suspicious or something, right? Like, they need to be aware of the surroundings at all times. So if they're going to bring into the studio, now, obviously they know that Joe's studio is mostly safe, but they still need to have like a, let's go in. I mean, they're not going to tear up the fucking carpets, right? But they're definitely going to take a look around. And it makes no sense to me. Yeah, they're obviously lying if they're saying they sent people there and he's saying no, they didn't. Like that could be proven very easily as well, right?
Yeah.
Secret
But
Service.
I do think he's right that they're trying to say that Trump's people was the walkthrough, and that wouldn't fly.
Yeah.
Federal government. Maybe you can kind of get away with saying that because the Secret Service came down here for Trump and looked around that we sent someone down, but it was not. It was the Trump administration sent them down because they're the only ones that had a date to do the show. These people didn't have a date to do. They never agreed to do the show. This is really important. Even after Trump went on, they offered for me to come to DC and do a show with Kamala. But even then, it was the same deal. It was only like 45 minutes to an hour. And, you know, it was not on my set. And I said that, look, he did it here. We should probably do it here. Like, if it's possible to do it here. Obviously, when he did it, it had an enormous result. I'm willing to do the same thing for her. I wanted to release both of them on the same day. This was my goal. I was even trying to figure out if there was a way that I could do
that, by
it.
the way.
And I even offered to do it late.
That's a
Max,
very
that
would be a super Joe Rogan move to release them both on the same day, right?
Yeah.
Not only does that fit in with like the type of person you think he is, that fits in his business strategy. So I do think that you plan to release both of them the same day for sure.
I'd like to point out, Max, that he
or at
did
least
in
the same week, right? If you get 2 cycles out of it, but either way,
he actually did in fact. Both you gentlemen remember this probably. He actually released the interviews with J.D. Vance and John Fetterman on the same day because Fetterman, you know, I know people like to make fun of Fetterman and, you know, being a Democrat, but Fetterman, to his credit, at least like recognized, you know, he recognizes who Rogan is, and you know, he went on the show.
Well,
you know,
in the old days, man, it was like you'd go on Leno, okay? And that's how a lot of politicians, how many presidents even went on Leno and Letterman and then the late night shows. The thing is, nobody's watching that shit anymore. And the few people that are a captured audience of like a far left ideology, like Jimmy Kimmel's audience, right? That's not where the people are. Where are the people? Who is the guy they're listening to? There used to be that one guy that was a sort of comedy, but he would talk to figures like a Letterman, like a Leno, like a Johnny Carson. There's no guy like that now, except Joe Rogan.
Right.
He's not on TV. He's not a late night comedian, but he fits the bill, and he is what the everyman is listening to. Even though I don't really listen to Joe Rogan, Sam, I'm not stupid. Most people, like, I know so many dude bros that's their one podcast they listen to.
Yeah. Well, and for me, like, as a longtime podcaster, like, that's kind of what I've talked about this before. When I started podcasting, like, nobody knew what podcasting really even was, you know, like for the first, you know, 5 to 8 years that I did this. Right. And then, around the time I got into college, actually it was later than that even, like around my sophomore year of college, that was when, you know, when I would say, oh, you know, I do a podcast kind of as a side gig, and people would be like, oh, like Joe Rogan? And it would be like, yeah, you know, kind of not exactly like it, but
I'd be like, oh, like Harry Carvella? No,
so, but
shout out to the big 3.
Anyway.
Big 3 podcast, Sam. There's something for you to go listen to.
Oh yeah.
That night.
Oh yeah, we're still listening to Rogan. Let's go.
So the night that Trump came on, I'm like, what if we do her like when she's done in Texas? If she came,
he's trying to do her now.
Doing it. This is like really important because they keep pretending that I lied or I did this or I did that. They never committed to doing it.
Well,
we went through.
Oh man, she didn't.
We have all the receipts, by the way.
Of course,
I have a whole
wanted it, and
list
she didn't want to give
of
it up.
Conversations that took place. They never said she was going to do it.
Have you seen the edits?
Think about it, Sam. If you re-edited this, it does sound like he's very salty that she didn't fuck him. That's like, he keeps saying she didn't do it, and I wanted to do it, and I said let's do it right now, and she wasn't into doing it, and I'm like, oh my god, this is gross.
There are edits. There are edits out there that people have done. I'm sure you've seen these from Ping Trip of Joe Rogan hits on Tulsi Gabbard. I sent more one of.
Well, this is more like bitter ex-girlfriend Joe Rogan over here. He's like, I wanted her to do it. She said she would do it, and then she changed her mind, and I'm mad about that. Joe Rogan really wants to fuck Kamala.
Yeah. Perfect parody material.
So this whole idea that we fucked her over and then we fucked her over for Trump, incorrect. Just not true.
I wanted to fuck her.
But I think it's someone trying to cover their ass for the fact that she never did it. And if she did do it, it might have had a positive effect.
Yeah.
If her and I had a good time and we got along great and she won over, the air quote young male vote, things could
have a little bit of wine, lay down on the couch. Never mind. Watch some Netflix.
Who knows? So this guy's probably trying to cover his ass.
That's what I'm thinking too, is because the reaction to her not coming was like pretty big.
But she didn't come either. That's crazy. To doing it. This is the thing. While this guy's saying like that we were difficult to deal with, not true. We were super easy. We made it real clear.
Yeah,
but
he was easy. She was being
also
difficult.
It's got to be the actual real show. It shouldn't be some fake version of it where I'm sitting in a conference room. Also, they wanted a stenographer.
Oh, okay. This is wild.
In the room.
I know. I gotta stop making sex jokes, Sam.
I mean, listen, you're always giving me, and Mortheous shit, about
listen to what he's saying. The other guy's like, yeah, and she didn't even come. I'm like, come on.
Yeah. No, I get it. But that's wild. Like, Kamala wanted a stenographer in the, think about that.
When someone watches, Sam.
And probably, I mean, my response would be ask Willie Brown, right? Like,
ask Montel Williams.
Oh yeah, shout out to Evan, that fake guy Dan. He had me rolling on the floor with that one earlier tonight.
Okay. I'm gonna try and not make any more jokes about how badly Joe Rogan wants to sleep with Kamala Harris. Okay, I'm gonna try. He better not say anything that makes me laugh, though.
Well, he is a comedian. That might be kind of what, like that is kind of his thing.
Staff in the room. They wanted some. Trump was just in here by himself.
Yeah.
Just me, him, and Jamie. That's it. For 3 hours. Like they wanted to do everything. They wanted it very controlled. And they were really concerned that it wasn't going to be edited. So I don't think they ever really were sure they wanted to do it.
Yeah.
Then once Trump did it and it had this huge response, I think then it was like, what the fuck? What are we doing? He just did it. It's got 50 fucking million views. This is so stupid. Why didn't we do it? And so then there was, even then, when they offered to do it in DC, my manager asked, is she committed to doing this? If I bring this to Joe, no, she hasn't committed to doing this. Have you brought this to her? Like, they wouldn't even say whether or not she had expressed willingness to do it or whether they were trying to convince her to do it. We know for sure there were some people that were supposedly on her staff that were against her doing it. They thought it was because it's a bunch of wokesters. They're basically in a cult. You have a distribution. Like, if you're willing to go on Fox News, you talk to what's that guy's name, Brett Breyer.
Yeah,
where they cut that off after 20 minutes. When they did that, that's when I was.
He only went 20 minutes.
It's got to be in the studio, and it's got to be real. It's got to be a real conversation.
Real.
I had
He likes it
entertained a
real,
couple of times
Sam.
going to, but I'm just like,
He wants the
25 minutes is-
candlelight. He wants the Barry Manilow playing in the background. Joe wants the satin sheets. He wants it to be real, Sam.
Well, you know,
Maybe Marvin Gaye.
I have to wonder, like, I wonder how Tulsi Gabbard would feel about this, you know, considering what that, like, you know, I mean, Joe's flirting with Tulsi, and you know, I mean, more knows. Like, I would definitely take Tulsi over Kamala in a heartbeat. But you know, as a guest,
Lord knows, but I'm not so sure.
So.
No, okay. I'm gonna try not to giggle at the next few things he says. All right, Sam. Very serious.
Well, yeah, you say that, but you know,
then he's going to talk about doing
it. You and I have been talking an hour and a half already.
Yeah.
It's just it's not enough time. You need more time. You need more time to find out what makes someone tick.
And that's
he needs to really get to the center of
what they were afraid of. Maybe not her.
Maybe
I
not
think they
her,
should have been. I think we would have had a good old time.
No, you're a good guy.
Yeah, I'm sure they would have had a good old time.
Sounds like it. Yeah, she passed it up.
I think we would have had fun.
I think it was a huge mistake on her part. And let's be honest, like, it's the kind of thing that it's reminiscent of the, forget the congressman that asked Mark Zuckerberg how Facebook makes money. It's just like you're so detached from the modern world. It's like you could spend millions of dollars on all your ad campaign all across YouTube, or you could just go sit in the room with Joe for 3 hours, and I'll tell you which one's going to do better for you, lady. But she picked the ad campaigns on YouTube.
The problem is that I think the people that saw it as they thought they were going to win anyway, apparently. Mm-hmm. And the people that
no shit. Like, and that's kind of like the end of it. But yeah, like that's the funny part, right? Is that like
what the hell was that? Apparently, there's a phantom that punishes me for laughing at Joe Rogan's wanting to do it with Kamala so bad.
Did you get laughed at? Oh, hey, by the way, we actually have a sponsor, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, wow. Well, I guess they could take center stage. I was going to say I'll do the list, but we have a sponsor.
Well,
the list can wait. It's a good list, Sam.
Okay. Apparently we don't have a sponsor. So
easy come, easy go. Well, I could give you the list then.
Yeah, let's do the list first, and then see if our
trusty clipboard. This list today.
Yeah, let's. Oh, hold on. Now we have a sponsor.
Okay. Well, while you set it up, I'll just give the list is the top 10 situations I'm prepared for after this sponsor break.
Okay. Brought to you by our folks at Patriot Supply. Folks, Trump is finally back in office and is only going to get better from here. As a celebration, Patriot Addict is sending our free Trump red knives to people who voted for Trump. This is just their way of saying thank you for supporting him and being part of this movement in history. Normally, this knife retails for $100, but right now you can grab it for just the cost of shipping. Scan the QR code to the right to apply your 100% off coupon and claim your Trump knife today. And that's from Patriot Addict, folks.
Oh, that's
anyway,
deal.
Ladies and gentlemen, pick that up, and yeah. So you have a new top 10 list for us, Max.
That is correct.
Let's get to it.
This one was put together today by 10 random non-deported fentanyl addict illegals. We're trying to get cheap writers, Sam. Anyway, we don't want to use AI. You know what I mean? So you got to do what you got to do. Anyway, these are the top 10 stupid situations that I spend my time preparing for. You ready for this, Sam?
Yeah, well, yeah. I would imagine you prepare for a lot of stupid situations, but let's hear your top 10.
That's right. You got to always be prepared, Sam. And I'll give a little bit on each one as I go through. Number 10, Jurassic Park style dinosaur containment breach. Have you thought about this, Sam? What are you going to do?
No. How would you prepare, Max?
Snare traps, Sam. Snare traps and chocolate bars.
How the fuck is that going to catch a T-Rex?
Don't worry about it. It'll catch. T-Rexes love chocolate bars. Lego Jurassic World taught me this. Anyway, number 9, the underwater aliens expose themselves to humanity. See, what I got for this, Sam, is you know how they have those like glasses that you use for like a solar eclipse that you can't see, except it's like that, except it covers everything. So when the underwater aliens expose themselves to us, I won't see their dicks.
Oh my god.
Number 8.
Okay.
Number 8 stupid situation that I'm prepared for: mega diarrhea. Lots of water, Sam. Lots of water, charcoal taps.
Well, that's always a good one to be prepared for, yeah.
Number 7, a hangnail. You got to have them clippers handy, man. Number 6, this seems like a bit of an escalation, but an orcish invasion of Providence, Rhode Island. See what you do then, Sam, is you got to find a wizard who has some dwarf friends and make friends with him.
But where are you going to find a dwarf wizard in Providence? Like, where do they
everywhere, bro? You been around here? There's an old guy everywhere that'll cast some spells for you, and usually they know a couple crackheads. You can call them dwarves. Who's gonna know? Then you take the ring, right? And you go up, and there's a mountain in New Hampshire.
Become Lord of the Rings? What the fuck?
Look, I'm just saying I'm prepared for the orcish invasion of Providence, Rhode Island. Number 5, Bigfoot is real and also super gay.
What?
Well, I mean, Max, I don't know if you know this, but, like, if no one has told you, but, like, some of the audience has actually told me that, Sam, your co-host is Bigfoot. I mean...
That's why I'm saying I got to be prepared. If he's real and he's very gay, right, I need to constantly carry Sasquatch spray.
I was going to say I always thought you were more of a Sasquatch.
What do you think Bigfoot's? Never mind. Number 4, stupid situations I spend a lot of time preparing for. A clone of me attempting to take over my life. Sam, if a clone shows up, you need to kill it. There can be only one.
Well,
you gotta make sure it's the clone and not the real thing.
Well, I mean, how will I know that it's a clone and not you, right?
Number 1 will give you the clue. So, number 3, and this is in the same vein. Encountering a time travel version of myself. Now, see, Sam, you have to be delicate with the time travel version of yourself. You have to know, first off, from whence he came, right? Because if he comes from the past and you kill him, you're going to kill yourself. And he might have an important message for you, too. If he comes from the future, unless he looks really older than you that he couldn't pass for you, you are obligated to kill him. Did you know this, Sam?
Wait, so if younger you from the future, if
yes, this is the shit I think about.
Yeah, I can tell.
Okay. Number 2, I get elected Emperor of Earth. I got a whole plan for that one, Sam. It's like reams and reams of paper at this point. I've been writing it on a scroll in papyrus for years. So I'm if I become Emperor of Earth, none of you will regret it, I promise. Except for the British. The number 1 stupid situation that I spend way too much time preparing for is smacking my wife's ass repeatedly, constantly, and all the time.
Jesus fucking Christ!
Truth, man. Yay! Yay!
Oh my god.
So yeah. I don't know how all those crackheads or what were they fentanyl addicts well, I don't know how they fucking knew all that about me, but insightful stuff.
Well, that first one, that number one, you gotta prepare. you gotta be prepared for that at all times, and apparently so does she. So,
well, that would ruin some of the fun. She was always prepared, like, kind of. No, well, it's about angle. Okay, it's about awareness of your surroundings. Okay, it's about the element of surprise. It's about the pressure you exert, when and where, how much do you want a loud noise, or is it more of a grab? All of these things factor in.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to witness a murder right here live on the Whitfield Report. So, strangulation. maybe, judging on on Max's attitude, maybe suffocation too. Maybe
not. You got to be prepared for that one, especially.
You know what? I might need, after this top 10 list, Mortheous might need to be prepared to take over as like.
Also, we got a donation, and I think you're obligated.
Oh shoot, donation.
That's right.
Oh shoot. Craig Von 99 for $1. Right? And I am not making this up. I will put this on the screen so that y'all
$1.
$1. Very appropriate, by the way.
No, I'm very prepared for inhaling my mustache in my sleep, actually.
You are now sponsored by this fucking Jew. Do my bidding or something. Honestly, do whatever. I'm not picky. That's from Craig.
That's right. So, God, now we're officially a Jewish shills, right? Is that how it works, Sam? I'm not really sure.
Well, I've been accused of being a Jewish shill ever since I interviewed Ben Shapiro. So
I've been accused of being a Jewish shill, and I don't even know why. So that's fine.
Well,
now it's official.
Well, thank you.
One
thank you, Greg, because
United States dollar.
Now this is official. Now I have an excuse. I do Craig's bidding.
They'll be like, "Oh, you do the bidding of Israel," and I'll be like, "Hold on, let me ask Craig. Hey, Craig, you doing the bidding of Israel, or what's going on here?" And he's gonna be like, "I don't know what the fuck they're talking about."
Yeah. No, I'm sure that Craig must have had like a wild time dealing with all like the with all like the anti-Israel spurgs.
No, he enjoys it. That's a pastime of his, Sam.
Oh yeah.
Like Craig, Craig, I think enjoys nothing more than finding stupid people on Twitter and just like roasting the shit out of them. He does a lot of that.
Well, yeah. I mean, I have notifications turned on for him. That's pretty obvious. That's pretty obvious. But
I had the Israeli flag on my profile for like a year, Sam, and people couldn't figure this. I took it off only because the people were doing it to signal at that point, and then I was like, oh, but then I look like one of them. But really, it was an idiot test because it meant nothing except that if you spurg out that I have that in my profile, I could mute you safely and not feel like I'm missing anything.
Yeah,
it was an idiot test.
Oh, did you have you seen on X that like even if you block someone now, if you're a public profile, people can still see your tweets, right? Yeah. Apparently Ethan Ralph is not happy about that at all because even though like he has all this blocked, we can still see what he's saying. So
and make fun of him for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, I don't block people. I've muted people.
I'm not saying you do. I'm saying that people who have blocked us.
No, I find it. That's what I'm saying. I find it funny that now that's changed. Like Johnny Fox blocked me because he didn't want me to see what he does, and now that doesn't work for him either.
Yeah.
I'd have to take the effort to look at his Twitter. I usually don't. I usually just look at his community tab on YouTube. You can get his whole story. You don't have to watch a video or nothing. You read what he's... Sam, I told you last week. This is crazy, right? We had a discussion just the other day that he became a Twitch streamer. He lasted 6 days, Sam. He quit.
Really?
Yeah, he quit.
Yeah, he got like a full like whopping 4 views, right?
Yeah, well, can I let you in on my big thing for that? Because it's pretty funny. He put up a poll about what time of day that people wanted to see him stream on Twitch. And Sam, I don't know if you know this. Have you heard about this? Have you seen this? That I have 70 YouTube accounts?
I know that.
Yeah, so I voted in the poll, Sam, and 10 a.m. won by a lot. And that's because I know Johnny Fox is not a morning person. So I skewed the poll so heavily that he thought he had this massive fan base that wanted to see him stream in the mornings. And then he went over to Twitch and realized that he didn't. And so he got frustrated and quit after a week. The other funny thing is he got affiliate. And if you want to get partner, you got to finish out at least a month. And it's not that hard. Like, he could have gotten partner, but he just quit. And it's because he didn't immediately get his whole audience following him, and it's because I made him pick the worst possible time of day for himself. So you're welcome.
It's funny that you say that because Rumble has the program where you need to like stream for 30 hours a month to make partner, and we were even talking that like, if we wanted to do that here, which we might, but like, granted, like we've done 30 hours total on this channel, just like, me talking to like authors and whatnot.
Yeah, I think I was going to say just our 2 shows a week on this channel is probably pushing 30 hours a month.
Yeah,
but the channel that I'm running for the sandwich makers and everything else, not the same, right? So I was thinking of implementing a daily show of some variety, maybe streaming games or just talking shit. I don't know.
Yeah, I might
to see what the program offers. It sounds something interesting.
Yeah, I might do like a daily commentary thing on writing. Who knows? By the way, I will have an announcement regarding my next book, Night of the Vigilante, coming tomorrow. So stay tuned to X for that. So yeah. Anyway, though, that's a great top 10 list you had. And by the way, like, I want to point out that, like, as I mentioned on Twitter, neither Mortheous or I ever know what the top 10 lists are going to be. So
yeah, that's half the point. I actually think that it would be fun for me to feed one to you one week, that you read them one at a time and that you're reading them for the first time. So you read the list, because I think that would be hilarious.
Oh, yeah.
But it'll have to be a very special list.
Yeah.
I'll put something together. We'll get a list that will make you laugh while you read it. That'll be the whole point.
Oh, great.
I'll tell you, I have a future list of, like, what was it? It's like top 10. It's not done yet. It's not. I haven't pulled it out yet because I've been trying to be more topical. But top 10 reasons nurses would rather pass on Sam and Mort, or something like that.
That would actually be a good one.
Yeah. Because you guys were talking about nurses on the sandwich makers or something. Brought it on yourself. Sam be smacking the nurses' tushies, ladies and gentlemen. Did you know this? Have you heard about this?
I would be. So.
I bet.
Anyway, though,
don't be a candy striper near Sam.
Pardon me, ladies and gentlemen. I've got to step out for a sec. So if you don't mind, gentlemen, please entertain the audience for just a quick sec.
Did you hear that, man? Sam's gonna step.
I'm trying to juggle. She's handing me a blunt. I'm trying to juggle lighters. Sam said, "Be entertaining." I don't know what to do. Mort.
What?
What do we do?
I don't know.
Oh God, Sam.
But did you hear that? Sam said he had to step out. Step out.
He did say he's gonna step out. That bastard. Swilly's been right all along.
Right?
We figured it out. Oh yeah. Somebody, let's get fucking Craig a fucking link. That'd be fun. How do I get him a link? Let me see. Manage. There we go. Copy invite. Let's final Craig over here. Send him a message because I know this is entertaining, right? Sam said entertaining. He said be entertaining. I sent Craig a link. There we go. That's entertaining.
Nice.
I don't know though. I'm panicking. How do we fill air? Oh God, this is the most stressful thing in the world. What do we do?
We talk about pussy smoke.
We could talk about pussy smoke. But I think that might get me hit at this point.
You like it.
Doesn't hurt most of the time. Then every once in a while I'm like, that's smart.
You gotta try to knock sense into the retard somehow.
Well, Sam's like, I'm gonna do a show and just walk away. I don't know. I'm panicking, man.
Welcome
I did the top 10 list. I don't know what else.
Guys.
There's a top 20 list. What other stupid situations do I think about?
How about walking down the street? Well, actually, really in Rhode Island. When the hell are you going to find yourself there?
If I take a right,
it is the Shire of the U.S.
If I take a right instead of a left, I can wander into the Shire. That's
right. You're a asshole. You're way up there.
Yeah, I'm like Rhode Island and I are close enough to touch sometimes.
You're close enough to touch an
that's
old
why
guy with a
my
stick.
wife talks with a Pawtucket accent and not a Boston accent, but nobody knows the fucking difference.
Mm-hmm.
And so they keep saying Boston, and it drives her crazy.
All right. So while he's gone, we need to go ahead and flex this time.
That's right. It's
What's worse than one dead baby?
I don't know. What is worse than one dead baby?
2 dead babies. What's worse than 2 dead babies?
3 dead babies.
A pile of dead babies. What's worse than that?
A mountain of dead
There's
babies?
one alive in the middle. What's worse than that?
Ugh.
He got out. What's worse than that? He chewed his way out. What's worse than that? He went back for more.
Well, there you go.
All right. Now
That's all very true, actually.
What's worse than that? It happened in the Middle East, and they're all bocce boys.
Oh. Hey, there's one. You're an expert on the subject. You're an expert on the subject of Israel, what being Jewish and all.
Oh, yes, of course.
So what do you think about the Gaza situation Trump suggested?
I think it's fucking hysterical.
It is one of the funniest things I've ever heard.
Oh, hey, there's a doctor in the house.
Yeah, that's okay. He killed dead baby again.
I thought I'd bring some class to the show.
Sorry, I had to go. I had to go take a. I had to go take a.
You had to go take a mighty Joe Rogan.
Had to go. Yeah, had to go rip out one of them old boss hogs.
Well, I mean,
you know, it's a boss hog if it's kind of sloppy, you know.
Well, I mean,
a little bit too big for the suit it's in, if you know what I mean.
Well, I mean,
washes around in there a little bit.
You know, we've joked about doing the toilet flush, but I've never actually added I haven't actually added a toilet flush sound effect yet. So
you see, what you need to do is apply to USAID to get you a grant so that you can travel to Trump hotels and record the flush of the golden toilets.
Base.
Pick the best one by committee, and make sure to get your disbursements directly from Chuck Schumer. Go ahead and record each of them and decide by committee which one is the most appropriate toilet flush sound. Make sure that if you sell this to Democrats, it's because the country's going down the toilet. And I bet you they'll jump right on board. They'll approve that shit right away, rubber stamp it. You haven't disapproved anything yet, so they may as well not start with you.
I was unironically thinking we would apply for a DEI grant for fucking right to offend because we got 2 cripple guys, we got some women, we got a black dude, we got a gay guy. Like, we're diverse, right? Something like that. But now we're not diverse enough, Sam, because
you're the straw that broke the back, man. You guys are the reason USA came under fire.
You know, the funny thing is we're actually more diverse than the entire DNC.
Well,
unironically,
brick, everyone is.
Yeah. It's funny. That's what the Democrats don't get. It's like I've been saying this for years on this show now, Sam. Like officially, like average people don't think nearly as much about race as Democrats do.
Well,
at all.
I didn't actually show the comments on the David Hogg video, but if you look on the comments of that video, all the comments go along the lines of, "Oh, good. So the Republicans are just going to win nonstop for the next, 20 years."
If this is their strategy, dude, did you see the gender equity shit about they needed 7 people on the council. One of them has to be like other gendered, and then they have to be equal 3 male, 3 female, or whatever. Did you see all that?
Yeah. Have they not? And I'm sorry, but like, have they not? Apparently, they haven't learned a fucking thing from.
No,
well, I think they did learn something.
They've learned less than nothing.
Yeah.
So what they did learn is that in order to have a council of 7 people, they mean 7 bodies, because if they have one of them as a multiple system, then they might have 17 people on their committee,
That's
but
true.
only 7 bodies.
I forgot
and some
about
of
the
those
multiple
personalities
system.
might be shared between bodies, and we're not quite sure yet.
What,
So,
well, but what about
genders
the
they come out with.
multiplicative effect of two-spirit?
Oh shit! That might actually hit it. What about 3-spirit? They haven't come out with that one yet. You notice they keep shying away from it. It's gonna.
Well,
happen.
they need to drop new genders consistently. Otherwise people get bored.
That's true. They got to roll them out slowly. That's the one thing I really didn't like about Rudy Giuliani was all that slow rollout bullshit. It's like, just fucking drop the hammer if you got the balls, man. But no, I mean, he would be the guy who'd do a 3-spirit thing, but he'd do it like the day before election.
How many?
Instead of applying for a diversity grant, we're just going to try and get Sam in on that White House new media thing, because and I'm serious, Sam. I'm now going to take over your show for a second and shill for this. People, please support Sam. If you're here, you like him. You know why I'm saying this. I think that we should get a grassroots movement to get Sam to do a gig, at least for one day, at the White House press room. And I think that that's an achievable goal, and I think nobody deserves it more than Sam Whitfield.
I think the funniest thing would be the CNN asshole trying to speak over the guy in a wheelchair.
Right?
Well, you know
they would.
And who would represent themselves better than he would?
And then the rest of us calling him a faggot afterwards.
Yeah. You know what would be even funnier too is remember there was that reporter that had cerebral palsy that worked for CNN, and that I remember I got a whole bunch of slack because people were like, "Well, Sam, how could you support Trump when he made fun of a guy with cerebral palsy who worked for CNN?"
You just told me you said that, retard.
I would like to be the new guy who has cerebral palsy.
Well, you have cerebral palsy, but you're not retarded, so you wouldn't work for CNN.
Right, yeah. Right.
That poor guy, he had both because he worked for CNN, so we know he was retarded.
Yeah, you're just funded by Jews, so he'd work for Fox.
That's right.
Sorry, did I say the inside words out loud? Whoops.
Well,
oh no,
Fox.
The Jew haters in the audience that we drove off 2 years ago are totally going to hate us.
Fox actually didn't want to bring me on when they had the chance. So
no shit.
Wow.
Yeah.
Today.
There's a selfish reason too, Sam, because when you get up there and you say, Sam Whitfield, right to offend media, I benefit from that, right? But otherwise, I think that, man, what a moment for you it would be, and it's something achievable they're trying to do. She said today, the White House press secretary, I forget her name offhand, Carolyn something, she said today that they're trying to get through as many as possible to give people a chance. They kicked the mainstream media out. I don't know if you knew this. NBC had to take down their equipment. They're actually, they got kicked out, and they're trying to bring in small independent creators and give them a chance. And I'm telling you, Sam, if you get that chance, nobody will run with it harder than Sam Whitfield.
So Craig, I have to ask, do you know what Evan actually looks like in real life? Because I need a description if I'm right, if Evan and I bump into each other at the White House, I gotta at least know what the guy looks like, right?
Well, what we'll do is we'll send you a trip code, Sam.
Or do I just look? No, I know. I just look for the feline smoking the cigarette, and that's how fine.
Once he reveals the trip code, you'll know it's him. That's how this works.
The thing I was going to mention with the NBC equipment there is that's a fantastic opportunity to get some used equipment. I might see if you can go ahead and ask if you can buy it so you can use it at the White House.
Fun fact,
without them,
I did not expect that the USAID thing was going to directly impact all of these agencies that are the news related stuff, like the media.
How did you not know?
I didn't. Not that it wouldn't affect them. I had 2 words at the end. So fast, right?
Oh, yeah.
Because I didn't think that they were directly getting funding. I thought it was, what you're meaning and what everybody was thinking. But it's through 3 hands or whatever, right? But it's direct.
Yeah, it's the reason why they have inside access for police actions as well as international conflict as well. Like the reason why USAID is so important is that unlike the CIA, it doesn't require a finding of fact by the president for them to act. The reason why they're spending like $1,200 per K cup with all of the employees working from home at the office, $1,200 per K cup. $230,000 per month, I think it was. The reason why they're doing that is because that money is fungible.
Yeah.
Wait, 12. When you say 1,200 per K cup, do you mean K
I mean
cup as in the
literal
as in the-
coffee K cups? Yes.
I mean per little individual tiny plastic cup of
Yes.
a teaspoon of coffee. Yes.
Yes, they were paying that level
Per
of
month.
money for one. Yes.
$1,200 per K cup, $230,000 per month,
And yet
and nobody in the office.
With everybody working from home is an important
Like
point.
93% of the 93%, I think, plus employees working at home. They had
and yet
$230,000 per month in the USAID office.
well shit. No wonder Medicaid didn't have any money to, no
So
wonder I
it's-
got
So think
denied
about
a new
this is
wheelchair.
exactly that argument that was lampooned in Independence Day with what's his name's father talking about $800 for a hammer.
Yeah.
Same exact kind of shit. The money is fungible in their budget, which means that it goes into a black hole, and when the CIA can't do shit, they just decided to do it with USAID. That's why you'd see things like USAID hanging out behind the terrorists after they take over a little encampment they left basically defenseless to start a color revolution. So
not to
that
mention
shit's just been going on forever, and the reason why the networks
the NGO problem. I was just explaining
they
to my
get
wife.
right into the action. They get first access because they know, based on the trickle down from budget, where the rest of the money gets to go because they get to perpetuate it. And it makes you sound like a conspiracy lunatic when you start saying so much shit out loud. But the fact is, they did it. It's on paper. We had the budget, and it shows it. I mean,
well, it's funny too because flashback to the 90s, right? Leftist comedians were making jokes, and even if you point out Independence Day, that's not a right-wing film.
Not at all.
Being
That's
critical
funny is
of
people
the
would say the parties flipped on this kind of issue, but they didn't. People left the left-wing party because they were liberal, not because they weren't leftist.
right.
Democrat Party swung from more aligned on the classic shitty political plot. They swung more from being towards the bottom of the plot over towards the left of the plot.
Yeah, and it's as simple as that. And a lot of the people
over the other side never went to the right side.
A lot of the people, they didn't move in the plot where they were at. It's just that the modern Democrats moved so far to one side, they kicked them out by default, right? It used to be that the default was liberal. We joke about this sometimes, the default liberal position that a lot of people still have, right? And they're actually flipping it so bad that it's going to be almost default libertarian now.
Well, you see, the funny thing is, it used to be that liberal meant classical liberal, and there was no distinction. And then because of the way that leftists became the man covered in shit, so you don't stand next to the guy covered in shit because then you're covered in shit too, basically. So they basically dragged liberalism towards leftism, and it's not leftism. Leftism writ large is largely authoritarian, and it always rears its ugly head when it gets to a certain point, and we've seen that already. Then they get the power to do shit, they run with it. Biden was a fantastic and
all of this, let's not beat around the bush, was to propagate their propaganda machine. That's what all of this funding was doing, whether it be domestic or foreign.
The funny thing is, I saw someone say today that basically what this all demonstrated was that the Democrat side of the political spectrum, was a shell game. That basically there was no opposition party. It's basically just been government propaganda. I'd say that's not true. What you really have is like people who are more susceptible to being propagandized in that direction, and who are what I would otherwise call not like low information voters in a pejorative way, not low information seeking voters, I think would be the best way to put it. It's
Right.
I would say can't be bothered. Can't be bothered.
It's not just that; it's you have shit to do in the day. Like you got to get.
That's what I mean. You can't be asked because you're working and you got all this other shit going on.
It's not that they're not. It's not that they're stupid. It's not that they don't want to know what's going on when they go vote. It's
There's too much going on to keep up with, even for people like Sam and I were just talking about this.
They trusted people now is the problem. It's that they trusted people without that trust being earned, or they listened to their parents and their parents were misled before. And that's the backlash we're seeing against quote unquote experts too, right? Is it's those experts, quote unquote, that lied to them and led them astray. Mr. fucking Fauci saying I am the science. That shit is never gonna not piss me off. That kind of fucking self-imposition.
I like science. I don't know about the science.
Yeah, fuck that shit.
Right. Yeah. Also,
I like the scientific method, and that has nothing to do with Dr. Fauci.
Well, I mean, this stuff we go on the show with Evan is, the whole credentialism side of things. There's something to be said about earning something, but anybody can do science. I'm never gonna not believe that shit. So when someone says, something interesting that I'm not gonna say, well, where's your fucking degree before I'm gonna listen to them. I'm gonna listen to them. Unless it's so fucking absurd, and I go, okay, that just violates first and third law right away.
How many of the coolest inventions, especially in modern history, were made by some dude in a garage who was a bit of an oddball, right? Who had no degree or a basic degree in whatever.
Sure.
Yeah, that happens all the time. That's the Steve Jobs story.
Well, I was going to say, in the same vein, that's also the Microsoft Windows story. Although I'm guessing a lot of people are not going to be as happy with Bill these days. Mr. I'm going to leave the country if you release the Epstein list. It's like, well, man, just say that shit out loud more, would you?
Yeah.
That is just, look.
Right. Say it louder,
Bill. You got divorced over that shit.
Yeah, the Epstein list, it is interesting that Pam Bondi moved to have that released, so it would take 30 days from today, as I understand.
How the fuck does it take 30 days?
Because all the declassifications take 30 days. The RFK stuff's still not out, the JFK stuff and the MLK
right,
stuff.
So I guess it's legal policy or whatever.
It's bureaucrats because they have to go into the
policy.
They have to go into the Library of Congress and reclassify it and all this shit. So they do it 30 days.
What are they going to do? They're going to release the list. It's going to be a bunch of fucking redacted names. No, somebody's got a PDF. Click publish. God damn.
I think that's what they're going to do, but they literally have to have the Library of Congress.
I know, but they have to do that as people who are not the president. But if you are the president of the United States, you have the legal authority to put it up on like X.
He's going to.
And that is the de facto declassification.
Yeah, like that is going to have. That's in there.
It can literally be, as long as Trump is the one who presses the button. If someone brings him the file on a thumb drive and he sticks it in and he publishes it, that is de facto declassification. That is the president's
right. Okay, so what they're doing? Okay, I understand. I understand what you're saying. The way he's doing it is to avoid that court battle, though.
I know. It's lots of things.
And it's only 30 days, man. Do you know how long we've been waiting? 30 days. Do you know how long we've been waiting? 30, 90, 6 month days on a fucking FOIA request and shit. It's like, come on, FOIA
that would be one of the
like
great things for Sam to do is start filing some interesting FOIAs. Now, once 3 independent parties have filed a FOIA on a subject, the FBI is required to publish a page on its disclosure site about those FOIAs. That's why we know about so much about the Hillary Clinton emails after the WikiLeaks dump, was because everybody immediately submitted a FOIA. But once they get 3 of them, they're supposed to publish it within some time frame, like a year or whatever. That way they can go through all the process because they're not POTUS. But there's something, have all this disclosure stuff that's already coming out and being processed, etc. And we know that Cash is going to get in there most likely, and he's going to tear through stuff and try to go for declassification.
It's actually surprisingly, it's going to be easier for him to release some internal FBI files than it would be for the president to send them through the library.
I'm sure.
So, I think that's going to happen soon. Of course, though, if we want the more thorough stuff, See, the thing about the JFK,
understand that there's going to be some blinders on, and there's going to, not everybody's going to have focus on the full breadth of what might be interesting. So
what I'm interested
while we have
in
people in office who will process shit, it might be a good time within this next 4 years to file FOIAs on interesting things that are not necessarily going to be center of the path of that sweeping purview on declassification.
I feel like this declassification has some of that for me, but it's missing something. If I could bloviate for just a second, I have said to Sam before on the show, I'm most interested in the Martin Luther King stuff because, like, the JFK stuff, I feel has been done to death, and it's like
it's already come out. It's awesome.
It's a boomer conspiracy that they love, so they're going to dig deep into that. But like, this is a fact that Loretta King did not think that James Earl Ray killed Martin Luther King, her husband, right? And there's a lot going on there with CIA stuff that I would really like to see. But what did Trump miss in doing this order? There were 4 major assassinations in that time period, sir. JFK, RFK, we know. MLK, we know. Who got left out, Sam?
Malcolm X.
Yes, sir. Why can we not release the Malcolm X documents too? I would like those. Thank you.
Well, there's that website for the Maha thing, or like the 2 websites that RFK Jr. and Elon set up. Throw one up on there. Say Malcolm X, yada yada.
I mean, Malcolm X was murdered, and we don't really know why. So I would like that because it's to me, it's just as important as the other 3. And also, like, as I'm one of the young white guys who grew up and read Malcolm X. You know what I mean?
Can't wait for that to be such a mundane, stupid reason. It's like, he caught the milkman fucking the post worker.
Yeah. Although, I mean, he was the
guy who comes in, says, "You said something wrong." You said something wrong after you caught the milkman plowing the postal worker.
It's like
nobody was supposed to know they're gay.
When it comes to Malcolm, okay, I'm not surprised that people wanted to kill him. Not at all. I just want more information about what happened.
Yeah.
He made a lot of enemies. He said a lot of controversial shit. I'm not surprised somebody would pop him. I just think that we deserve better than we don't really know. We don't really know.
My theory is I've actually heard.
I'm like
this
the one
theory.
right-wing guy that will ever look out for Malcolm X, huh?
What are we, chopped liver?
You're not. Well, you're not the only right. I actually have heard a theory on why he was popped.
There's a lot of theories. That's what I'm saying. I want the documents.
Well, what I've heard is that the Muslim Brotherhood basically went after him for not being radical enough, and
that's probably possible. Actually, it's very possible.
I mean, like I say, he had a lot of enemies. The CIA didn't like him very much. The FBI didn't like him very much. The other black activists of the time, a lot of them didn't like him very much.
That's very true.
Yeah, a lot of and that's what I'm saying is like a lot of other Muslims weren't too like
There's a laundry list of people that wanted a shot at Malcolm.
Well, the big thing that they have there is competition because black separatism really kind of runs counter to everyone should live under the caliph.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Whoops.
Yeah, but the other thing that I would like to see disclosure on is the UFO stuff, but so many other people do. But here's my thing, Sam. What I think it'll say is different than what most people think it will say. I think if we did full disclosure on all UFO-related docs, do you know what would be the ultimate secret revealed, Sam, that I think would blow people's minds?
A lot of pilots were on LSD.
That the government doesn't know either.
Well, duh.
And they want you to think that they do. They want you to think they know, but they have no fucking clue, Sam. That's what I think is in those documents.
It's the reason why they're a national security concern and why they're called UFOs, not KFOs.
They have no fucking clue what it is, and they know it's real.
Well, here's what they have for the most part. For a lot of it, they just have pilot reports because that's when the vast majority of unknown sightings happened. Before we had instrumentation to tell us what the fuck was going on. Then we have other phenomena where you're just like, okay, that's interesting, but we have camera telemetry, and there are optical artifacts that really do fuck with you in your upper atmosphere. Like there's plenty of fun explanations, and then you have to deal with the part where we, for a lot of it, just don't have a fucking clue.
If you're the actual ruling government, you cannot rule out, since you don't know, that it is some foreign entity. And that is why they treat them the way that they do, because they don't
look at the fucking balloons that we finally acknowledged are coming over from China. Remember when they used to say, oh, it's, the whole joke about swamp gas, moonlight reflecting off of something? Just that kind of shit. Well, we actually have foreign fucking entities coming across the country. We have
weather balloon was one of those jokes. Oh, it was a weather balloon that you saw. Well, now it really was, and it was Chinese.
And this has been going on for
speaking of, I'd actually like for Trump to do something too about that Chinese, like that secret Chinese police station that's like in the middle of Manhattan
in California.
We're gonna take care of China, Sam. Don't you worry. China.
Is there another one in Manhattan? Because that's possible. I doubt it, but it's possible.
I've heard from a few of the indie authors I know who are former law enforcement that there's one in Manhattan too.
Well, I mean, if there's one, there's bound to be more.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I think that what would be really interesting is where the fuck are the rest of them? If we found two, if there's the one that's
there's going to be tons on the West Coast.
Yeah, there's the one that's like in San Francisco that's already kind of well known. The one where they were that was near the embassy where they were shredding it before they abandoned it. Remember there was that police action and they had those mobile shredders they parked into the courtyard.
Mm-hmm.
Bunch of town on papers.
Oh, they've been shredding over at the NSA, this week.
Oh, I bet. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the shredders are running nonstop over at the NSA. I wonder why. Probably nothing.
It's a budget thing, I bet you, more than anything. Well, that's the thing is keep in mind that a lot of this stuff is still data warehoused, not on paper, but in hardware. And that's far more mobile and far more information dense. So you don't have to, you can fry one copy and hide three others. Without problems, and which is illegal, but we're talking about an entity that has done illegal since its founding.
Did you see when what's-his-face tried to march into USAID and the door was locked, so they started walking away?
Yeah, that was funny.
Oh man, you couldn't script a funnier comedy moment than that.
I wish his forehead had bonked into it.
We're gonna do it. We're gonna take it back right now. Oh, the door's locked. Oh, damn.
Your clearance is revoked. Pinhead, bye.
Shit. We had taken the whole country back, but the door's locked, guys. I don't know what to do.
Fucking champagne socialists.
Oh
no, it's hard.
Okay, let's get predictions. Are the summer protests going to happen? Are they going to be big? Are they going to be small? Are we going to see protesters beaten?
All of that.
I think so too.
That, because I think what's going to happen this time around is when people find a pallet of bricks, they're going to just throw them out.
I think what's going to happen this time,
they're going to come in strong and they're going to get their asses kicked. And then
here's the thing that they don't realize is the 2020 riots was only allowed to happen because people were so mind fucked by the whole pandemic because we were right in the beginning of it.
Everyone was told to unless you're racist, but also racism is bad, so you should march. And so everyone who was said, well, fuck it, I'm not risking my job, just stayed home.
And it's just okay, we're all mind fucked for a moment, and we allowed way worse. But I'm telling you, in a 2025 world, if they try what they did in 2020, it's going to be met with not even police resistance. It's going to be met with normal people resistance.
Sticks and chains are going to be used to beat the shit out of these people.
You'll see a resurgence in the Proud Boys now. You want to bet?
Oh god, that's got to be a funny.
Well, I love how.
No, sorry, go ahead.
I love how, they had the whole everyone needs to stay 5 feet apart and wear a mask, but that went out the fucking window the second the George Floyd protest.
The scientists told us, and you can't get sick and you can't get other people sick as long as you're engaged in social justice activism.
Yes. My favorite part about all of that was people passing around the goddamn champagne bottles and open mouth kissing and deep throating the fucking things, wondering how a week later they're sick with COVID. Like, let me tell you, dumbass, I think I have a clue.
I have not officially had COVID. I didn't go to any of them champagne parties or Black Lives Matter marches, and I just never got COVID.
Yeah, I got mine from
neither. Well, neither did I. I never got the vaccine either, and I still survived.
I still haven't had COVID, Sam.
No, I know. I know. That's what I'm saying. I got it before you.
There's the non-falsifiable situation.
Really bad, but neither of us
I
died.
think I actually think that I did. I think I got COVID right before it became like a thing, mainstream news. I think because we got real sick.
Was it like horrifyingly sick because the wild type strain was pretty damn bad?
No, it was in like March of 2020, right? And before it was big news, before the lockdowns, and we got like a little under the weather. My son didn't feel shitty at all. That's the closest thing to COVID I could even suggest. But as far as I'm aware, I have not had COVID.
I'll say this: either you got lucky or you didn't get COVID. And it's not to knock it. That's basically the two major choices there.
Well, I know a bunch of people that got COVID where they were like what I'm describing.
Right. Like I said, that like be lucky. The wild type was way worse than any of those strains. And I was in the data. I made that little. I scripted out that little app that gave me the data pulled from the repos that were collecting the data from hospitals and reporting.
Yeah.
And you could see it in the data that the wild type was way worse than the other ones. Delta was
you can kind of just tell because
Epsilon was whatever.
That's when the massive numbers of casualties came in too, right? It was like that strain more or less.
It was wild type and alpha and then delta. Those were the three big ones. And I got it when delta and epsilon were swinging. And I think I got both of them at that point. That was fucking rough. And I remember my girlfriend got it when beta was kind of the big one, and she, her bed was like 3 feet from her bathroom door, and it got her to the point where like she stood up to go to the bathroom, and by the time she got to the door frame, she was, tunnel vision, almost blacking out. Her O2 sats were low from that shit.
I also would mention I didn't get my kid any vaccine for COVID because that's like silly to both of me and my wife. We laughed at the very idea. And he's not gotten it as far as we know either. He does have the flu right now.
Mm-hmm.
He's staying home from school this week because he had a fever and he had the flu, like the real flu, influenza. So
right.
That's type A, so it's not like the end of the world, but he don't feel so great.
Well, he'll get over it.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, COVID now is basically that for most people.
So it's still, I'll say this, it's a
dangerous flu.
It's still more dangerous than the flu, but the thing that we were kind of hoping for vaccines to assist with, it was never going to be just the vaccines to get the herd immunity. We knew that off the bat, yada, yada.
Therapeutics.
There's time components to this. It's not like you get the vaccine once and you're covered forever.
Right.
There's a population dynamic. If you have too much circulating virus, the vaccine's not going to last very long. The reason measles is so effective as a vaccine, measles vaccine is so effective, is because the relative amount of measles out there that can get from host to host among humans is so damn low that it's basically incapable of mutating.
Well, and hold up, though, to point out measles as a thing. I was just talking to my wife today about this. With the immigration problems, as we've seen rises in those kind of diseases like scarlet fever.
Yeah, the vaccines are going to start wearing off, by the way. If they don't come in and vaccinate,
correct,
the vaccines that we have will wear off. because the mutations will rise to the point where a new strain will be able to overcome the vaccines.
And there have been cases in, I believe, California of kids who were vaccinated with the MMR getting measles from classmates that were unvaccinated.
So they are part of a subpopulation of people who are vaccinated that are very unfortunate. The reason we give vaccines to so many people is because some people who get vaccines do not take as in they don't get the immunity, period. And you can vaccinate them again and they still won't get the immunity.
I think that's the thing a lot of people don't really understand is that sometimes it just doesn't take.
But it's a small percentage, but sometimes, statistics don't mean shit if you're the guy who's it.
Right.
If you're the one who's
with vaccine injuries, by the way, there's
just acknowledge them.
There's a tendency to sweep it under the rug because it's a low percentage. But
you should just acknowledge them. It happens and it sucks. That's if we just said that at the get-go. Vaccine injuries happen.
And the hammering home of safe and effective, effective.
Relatively speaking, it's safe. But again, statistics don't mean shit if you're the one who gets sick.
Right. And relative to other vaccines, it's not as safe.
Well, relative to a lot of drugs that people find acceptable as a risk, very safe. Relative to a lot of vaccines which have been developed over decades differently, not as safe. It was an experimental technology, but again, when they say that it had, a few weeks of time behind it or a few months, it had that plus 25 years of research behind it.
Yeah,
if you want to go down that road,
it's never just one dude comes up with anything.
And if you want to go down that road, then the annual flu vaccine has 6 months of research behind it instead of 60, 70 years.
If you've ever taken a flu vaccine, it has almost less time in research than
we also know about every flu vaccine before it. It's the same process. It's just a new batch.
Exactly.
That's really what it comes down to.
Right. And we also know that we have to rush to beat the flu of the season with it. And sometimes they guess wrong as to which flu the season is predominant.
What they do generally is there's 400 different varieties, 400 different, so you heard about all those subtypes, alpha, beta, delta, epsilon, and so on. There's 400 known generally circulating subtypes of influenza A and 600 of B.
Yeah.
And they take basically the top 10 of either. And that's what's from the previous year's season.
And so sometimes number 25 jumps up the list and they didn't expect it.
Sometimes.
And then people are like
the top 10 of each. And they'll mix those together in one batch, and that's the annual influenza vaccine. And that's been doing a pretty good job of keeping things down. What people don't realize is influenza vaccines, we generally have a take-up rate in our population of about 50%. About 1 out of every 2 people takes it. For the COVID vaccine, it was 80%. Now, admittedly, that includes coercion, but that is the most successful inoculation of the population in history since polio. Since the original
and that's the thing I want to point out, too, is a lot of Republicans seem to forget when they attack people that took the vaccine, such as myself, that 80% of registered Republicans at the time took the vaccine, whether they were coerced or not. And maybe you people that didn't take the vax should maybe calm down a little bit.
Well, it's funny because there's that meme where both sides are waiting for the other person to die. You took the vaccine, you're gonna die, or I
don't want non-vaxxers to die, and I don't, that's stupid.
Exactly. Now, I think that it should be, and it is, a personal medical decision. It's none of the government's business or your neighbor's business.
That's why one of the stories last year that got me the most heated was, did you hear about that they doxed Ice Cube's vaccine status? TMZ did.
Yep.
With dicks.
Yeah, because he didn't take a vax, and so he turned down.
Does that have why is that going to help someone?
He had turned down a $8 million film or whatever because they said, "Oh, we're going to be one." It had all these lockdown restrictions on filming, and then 2, he didn't want to take the vaccine because he said his uncle was part of the Tuskegee experiment.
That's like saying you need to take PrEP every day in order to work here. Why?
And so he didn't say shit about it. He just turned it down privately. And TMZ was like, "Oh, we got him. He's an anti-vaxxer."
No, so that was the other vaccines. and they are going to get hounded on this as well.
What are you going to say, Sam?
Well, that was the other thing too, Max, is I remember like right before the one of the things and one of the reasons why one of my black friends from high school actually became a conservative was because he said that like on a couple of the Facebook groups he was in, a lot of African Americans were getting their comments deleted off of Facebook because
of
they
being
brought up
vaccine hesitant, right?
Yeah,
right. And so they got
Kamala Harris came out and went from "I'm not taking that white man vaccine" and went directly into "you need to take the Biden vaccine."
Yep.
The funniest part is I agreed so much more with her when she said I ain't taking that vaccine. Because at least that's a principled shit, right?
At least, well, yeah, at least there was potentially a position behind it that she was actually taking.
Yeah. Now and then you see her change so fast, and you're like, "Oh, okay, well, fuck you." I mean, that kind of thing is exactly why she didn't win a goddamn election.
Yeah.
Well, and that
it's not hard to see. People are like, the Dems need to take a hard look. It's like, no, they don't. They know. They know. They fucking know why they lost. They're just mad. They don't need a moratorium on what went wrong with this election, Sam. They have a very good idea.
Well, that's the whole thing. That's the whole
and
reason
so
why I
they
brought
elect
up
David Hogg vice chair as the solve to this problem.
Well, that's what I was bringing up with the whole Joe Rogan thing earlier, Max. Is my point in showing that was their whole cope with Joe Rogan was that one man. The new narrative that the left is going after is
the kingmaker, Joe Rogan.
Yeah, Joe Rogan is so powerful that he basically gave Trump the White House. That to me is.
But he can. Yeah.
Now, remember what I said about people who basically have shit to do in the day and they trust in someone else. At the end of the day, someone else is not the one who's voting. What Democrats are making the argument for is that not only is everyone who voted for them, but also everyone who voted for Trump, they're too stupid to know better. They need to be guided and told who to vote for instead of deciding for themselves.
Correct. We got to save democracy by telling you motherfuckers who to vote for.
Exactly.
Well, yeah, but like I love the narrative, like because they did the thing after Joe Rogan took ivermectin where they blew him off and were like, Joe Rogan, he's just he's just a comedian and he's just one guy.
He chose to do exactly what they wanted and disclosed his own personal medical information specifically to try and get people to start trusting medical establishments again, because he specifically said, "My doctor gave me this."
Mm-hmm.
I went out of my way and found it myself. I took the horse paste. No, he said, "My doctor prescribed me this." Yep. Talk to your doctors.
Well,
what everyone should have been saying is talk to your doctor.
Yeah, and it's fun because I did, and my doctor had a pretty reasonable take on it, and I did trust him. See, my cardiologist, he was like, "Look, first and foremost, Max, do not take Pfizer." This was before they even came out, when they were still giving them only to medical personnel. And he's like, "Look, do not take Pfizer. Whatever other one, I recommend Moderna, but don't take Pfizer because I have a very bad feeling about the results of Pfizer." That's what he told me. And so I ended up obviously not taking Pfizer. He gave me a prescription to get the Moderna one, which is what I got. And look, man, people can say what they want. I haven't had any issues at all.
Yep.
Well, my mom had lung cancer at the time, so they basically told everyone in my family, "Look, don't take the vaccines right now because we don't know if there's a chance that
you didn't want to make her sicker, essentially."
Right. That's essentially what my doctor said, and I actually asked about ivermectin, and my doctor actually said, "Yeah, I don't see any problem with ivermectin. So yeah, that's what I took when
Because that's an
that's what I
honest
took when I
medical
got
opinion.
it.
Right. That's not a talking head opinion based on politics, because a doctor is going to say that, right?
Well, more importantly, your doctor who knows your medical history.
Yeah.
Not some random fuckhead who's telling you what to do from a pulpit.
Exactly. And that's the key. My heart doctor, I trusted, and I followed his advice, and I don't feel he steered me wrong. But if I followed the advice that the TV was telling me, I would have immediately run out and got a Pfizer and like 8 boosters at this point.
Imagine what would have happened if that shithead Fauci had come out, and instead of saying, everybody, you need to take the vaccine, it will absolutely protect you, et cetera, if he had said instead, everybody, please go talk to your doctor. We are advising at this time that you take the vaccine, and you need to do what is best for you, but the vaccine is probably...
How about if they started with...
That would have been an honest way to say it.
With the best medical advice that I never heard Fauci say not once, which is to fucking wash your hands.
Yeah.
Why was the focus on hand sanitizer? Hand sanitizer actually makes the problem worse because people think that their hands are clean when they're not.
That was the other thing that pissed me off with the hand sanitizer is so we knew.
It's better than nothing. Don't get me wrong, but your hands are not clean.
It's not a monolith. The same way masks aren't a monolith.
Right.
And this is something that you hear. I'm sure Sam at least is familiar with Steve and I getting into fits over this all the time. Masks have different grades to them. Some of them, they're recommending fucking silk and cloth, which is worse than nothing. And if you needed to have AST in level 2, level 3, or an N95 or better. Those are the things that work.
Cloth that germs literally cling to, you should put that right over your fucking nasal passage.
No, it's not. It's worse than that. Here's what happens with a cloth mask. So there's such a thing as saturation, which does not require being soaked wet. At the surface, you can get a film of fluid. And when it reaches saturation, which is where the moisture in the air is no longer condensing onto the cloth and sticking, instead it is leaving again, the shear rate of the air going through the fibers is high enough to rip droplets off the surface. That's called droplet rupture. And it doesn't just turn one droplet into 2, it turns one into 10,000. It's micronizing the fucking moisture coming out of your mouth. That means it's worse because the droplets hang in the air longer because they're tiny.
Well, and also, Craig, you're forgetting here too, you're forgetting too here in Florida, wearing masks in the summer, out in the summer heat, with the humidity. Good luck with that.
You say this, but everyone who does carpentry in Florida is wearing an N95 anyway.
Yeah. Yeah.
Everybody who's up in the fucking attic.
You can tell Sam hasn't had a blue collar job before.
Everybody who's up in your attic fixing your fucking AC while it's 95 outside and 135 under the roof, they're wearing a goddamn respirator. Yeah. Because they don't want to go back down and have no lungs left.
Yeah, it is uncomfortable. We agree. But a lot of people got to do that anyway.
I was sitting there and I had to do respirator shit all the time. Because I was working with burning plastic, It's
I worked in a clean room, so we were bunny suit all day.
Oh, I did that with nano work too. That was fucking fun.
Well, okay. N95s and respirators that. That's fine. I'm talking
is that it's PPE, meaning it's personal, not public protection equipment. So when they said no vents on your N95s. That would be where it's easier to exhale instead of the inhaling part. That's so dumb to me because look, if you're wearing the N95 as protection of you, your air leaving doesn't matter.
Right.
If someone else wants to be protected, they have to wear their PPE, not your PPE. That inversion of things. So technically, Fauci's right. Where if everyone wore a level 1 mask, then yes, theoretically you'd be able to drop things down to about 1% of the infection rate. But that's not what's going to happen. People are human.
What you should be doing is focus on
protecting yourself.
He poisoned the well on masking forever.
So bad.
Forever.
Because again, every time I bring up masks, what's going to happen is Steve's going to say, yeah, but masks. And he's going to be technically correct because as a monolithic category, the worst performers were made valid and acceptable as general use masks under that dipshit's rule.
Well, that
whatever people
that
think about masks, that's the legacy, right? And the legacy is like normies will revolt if you suggest it.
Also, like the whole thing, like wearing it under your, like people are gonna wear them wrong. I get that part, but like that's where public outreach and education comes in. So, for example, going back to hand sanitizers, to kind of just rope us back into that, like there's different types of hand sanitizer. The ones that are based off of BZK or so benzalkonium chloride.
Yep.
So that's the, if you ever see like the alkyl this, that, and the other numbers and lots of funny letters, and then you see benzyl or benzalkonium. So ethyl benzalkonium was the really common one. It's basically hospital soap. It's not chlorhexidine gluconate, which is the really good. It
smells like it
soap.
too, right? It smells like hospital soap.
But it's basically, BZK is basically hospital soap, and it kills everything you touch on your skin. It's great for that, but it takes like 2 to 4 minutes. It's not you wipe it and you're done in 30 seconds. Whereas alcohol at 70% or higher concentration of ethanol or isopropyl, that will basically nuke that shit from orbit. But not everybody's going to have that. And then when you look at the ingredients on the hand sanitizers, like the people were cheaping out on the alcohol. They got the ethyl down to 60%, which still technically works, but it does take longer and take more of it, which just defeats the point of diluting it down like that in the first place. That's what PV.
And if people aren't using it in the proper way to begin with,
right,
then the more you're diluting it, the less effective it is.
And if you keep wiping that shit on your hands, again, soap and water will rinse it off of you versus kill it and leave it on you.
And instead of I've always seen, like in the past when there was always worries about like the bird flu, right? Or what did they call the original?
The swine flu and I mean SARS and MERS.
MERS, exactly. When they were starting to talk about that stuff, it would be a real big focus in the media on hand washing, right? And I just, from the very beginning of the pandemic, I was like,
where is it, right?
Hand sanitizer is not hand washing. I was like freaking out at Fauci just over that in the very first days of the announcements. Like,
well, the other thing was, he said 6 feet and it should have been 20 feet. Now it's a back of the envelope calculation. But again, he's taking the top of the peak of a distribution for diameters on droplets and the settling time of those, and you have the average velocity coming out of your mouth. And so basically when it comes out, by the time it hits the ground or gets far enough below the face, 6 feet, that's probably going to be somewhere around like your chest or your waist. 20 feet, it's probably going to hit the ground or be on your shoes.
Yeah.
But again, air currents, yada, yada. Like it's not going to be quiescent, calm air. It's going to be.
And then also thinking about 20 feet just doesn't make any sense from a.
Well, you're way the fuck far away from people, right?
6 feet. 6 feet barely worked for anybody. And again, the well is poisoned. The idea of social distancing, if you ever bring it up again, will be a revolt.
I mean, so speaking of like the blue collar shit, and I realized I was doing research as a academic, so that's not blue collar, but like same kind of vein here. Wearing my mask in the lab and just doing stuff instead of deciding like get to my car, take the mask off with my hands, and then have to wash my hands. I just left the shit on and went home and assumed everything was contaminated and decontaminated as I walked in. And so the funniest thing was I looked like one of the retards who would wear a mask in their car, but I was just being lazy. I was legitimately just being fucking lazy.
Yeah,
you that were convinced that if you wear a mask in your car, you're somehow safer. And I mean, if you got someone coughing right out on your bumper, I get that maybe you could have an issue. But if you're going 70 miles an hour down the highway, you're not going to get sick from COVID in your car.
I also want to just point out,
outside.
I want to point out, sir, that as an engineer of the intellectuals, you are the blue collar.
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, that's, you know why?
I am also a chemist. I'm a chemist and a chemical engineer. I got both degrees.
Right, but engineers are, chemical engineers too. Engineers are the people in the trenches with the blue collar guys, at least in a lot of places I work. So
we're not technicians. We're not technicians. Don't take that pride from them.
No.
But I do get it. Yes, we do hold wrenches on occasion.
My favorite thing about the masking thing though, and I think
certainly not management is my point.
That's what you go to with an MBA.
Not yet.
Right. You had a favorite thing about masks.
one of my favorite things about masks, and I think this is what a lot of people kind of knew it was a joke too, was you had all these Karens like talking out, oh, you got to wear a mask, but yet they would. I kid you not, I saw multiple times people who would take off their mask for like a split second to take a drag from a cigarette.
Yep.
And then literally put the mask
Just smoke the
Not
whole
serious
thing.
people.
back on and then take it off every time to
Oh,
take
yeah.
like a drag from
The
a cigarette.
good ones
and
also.
just do it.
Or
So they
eating,
also
right?
demonstrated.
They're eating
they
a
also
sandwich.
demonstrated
and then-
oral policy.
Yeah.
So that dragging down motion you just did is exactly what I was going to say here. That's actually, if you want to avoid wiping your face with the contamination you've been breathing out or inhaling, so touching the outside of the mask and then moving it along the outside of your face where the mask has not been covering and putting whatever's on your skin onto the inside of the mask, you wipe it on your face if you drag it down. If you undo one of the loops though and swing it to the side, then nothing's going to touch that area and you're fine.
Yeah.
I actually had to correct people on
Yeah.
this. I do it gently. I'm not an asshole about it. I'm just being nice. But at the same time, like everybody you see on TV,
There's two
what are they
movements
doing?
they do that
What
are
are they
wrong,
doing?
right? Is the up and the down, right?
Yeah. Everybody you see on TV, though, every one of those fucking people who's telling you to wear a mask, what are they doing? Yeah, they're doing all
I
fucking
love when
wrong.
they put it over their chin to talk.
Yeah.
That's my favorite. Is like you
We can
literally
hear
just
you,
have a
asshole.
chin diaper.
The chin diaper thing was pretty good. I liked that meme. That was fucking great.
You mentioned Max, the fact that like everyone was big on on no hand washing, but the other thing too that like Rogan brought up on the podcast that no one wanted to talk about too was like if you need if you're obese, like you're at a higher
way worse off.
risk, so lose weight. That was
lot of
another-
Americans.
I mean, they love talking about that people with diabetes were at a higher risk with that, but that's basically saying the same thing.
Pretty much. And here's the thing: is the diabetes
Right.
risk component wasn't a whole lot worse than just being obese. Like you were like 5% worse off, but like
It's true for
the
fucking
margin of
everything.
error
that
is
you
like
have that.
2%.
Like diabetics expect that, but when they play it up like that for somebody, like I'm not diabetic, but I know many, right? When they play something up like that about it, see normal stuff, they'll be like, "Oh, the flu, it might be a little worse because I have diabetes," or if I cut myself, it takes a little longer to heal because I have diabetes. They know this shit, right?
I mean,
But
just
when the
being
news is like,
fat's worse because you have diabetes.
"Oh, if you have diabetes, COVID will kill you. It's gonna kill you. It's gonna kill you. It's gonna kill you." And it's like, no, it's got about 5% more chance of being worse than the average person.
I mean,
Jesus
The funny
Christ!
thing is, you see what they learned from that
Well, I don't
propaganda
know.
tactic is how they can apply that directly to Trump, because he's been Hitler since day one, and it only ramped up under the whole COVID thing.
Yeah, true.
Well,
Now
I don't
he's
know
like
about- I don't know about-
Mecha Hitler, right?
You can
Is
save
that
your
the
neighbor.
take we're
With you can save your neighbor if you wear a vaccine. Sorry, if you take a vaccine and you wear your mask like an idiot. Also, you can save democracy by voting for anybody but Trump.
Well, I don't know about
It's
Mortheous,
insane
but
shit.
like, I don't know about Mortheous, but I kept being told, "Oh my God, Sam, you have cerebral palsy," which is like
It's a neurological issue.
It's a brain, it's a brain and neurological issue. But somehow, my immune system, just because I have cerebral palsy, I'm at greater risk for
Now, I'll say this. You're in excellent shape for someone with cerebral palsies and being wheelchair bound.
Oh yeah.
I would say that there is probably a coincidence.
Sam doesn't like to brag, but he's been busting his ass this year.
But there's probably a comorbidity issue where if you have cerebral palsies and you're wheelchair bound and you still consume food like an average American, you're probably going to be a little bit fatter than normal. But if you,
Wow.
give
Do
a
you
shit
mean
about
there's
your
a
body,
direct correlation between eating too much, not exercising, and being fat and unhealthy?
It's seriously, here's the problem. Everybody gives people with cerebral palsies those automated forks. It just fucks them all over. The ones that put the food in your mouth as opposed to just sit there on the table.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's wild.
Well,
Well,
you can see how that correlation could be made, and so if someone cares enough to reach out to you, like, and I get this kind of shit with other issues I've got. It's like, yeah, I appreciate that you give enough of a shit to tell me that give me your advice in a kind way, as opposed to being a fucking dictator and telling me I have to do it or else.
Right.
That part I can accept the advice that way. It's the other side where if you don't take your vaccine, you're killing grandma.
Yeah,
that's between you and your doctor, and anybody who says that shit can fucking stick it back where it came from.
That's why the Ice Cube story hit me to my core, right? Because one, Ice Cube is one of my heroes growing up, right? Because I'm a fucking street kid, and then two, like the way they did him dirty, doxing his like medical choice like that. I'm like, are you fucking? Is that where we're at? He's not even a right winger. He just didn't want to get the vaccine, motherfucker. But now they turned him into a sort of like, he's like center right now, basically.
I honestly, Mac, I think that was the whole thing that, like, honestly turned a lot of people into Trump supporters, honestly, was had the left not been such, like, mask Karens, or just Karens in general about the whole COVID thing.
Had they not been insufferable authoritarian cunts, yeah. Would have been a little bit nicer.
Yeah, that was where they'd be if they weren't insufferable authoritarian cunts. But alas, Sam, we live in the age of Boss Hogg. We need Sam, your soundboard. This is your assignment for the week. Is you need to get the clip of Dukes of Hazzard, and you need to get when he's like, "I'm Boss Hogg." We need that now. Every time we talk about the DNC, it's like, "I'm Boss Hogg, boys." You think I'm the law around these here parts? You know what I mean?
How crazy will it be if his metabolism fucking flatlines in a couple years, and he fills out a fucking Boss Hogg outfit?
Oh no, it'd be great.
And he's still fucking leading the DNC.
And he's fanning himself with his paperwork.
He'll get himself a fucking bullwhip and wonder where his servants are. It's just gonna.
I'm gonna get them damn Trump boys.
He's gonna full on fucking 19th century Democrat, isn't he?
Damn MAGA boys driving around here.
Who's gonna take care of my fields?
He never did accept Kyle Rittenhouse's challenge to debate him on gun control.
I'd like to see them fight, if I'm going to be honest.
I think that kid's doing all right. That's something I haven't followed up. I'm guessing he's laying low.
No, Rittenhouse? No, he's been having a blast. He's been chilling.
I haven't been seeing him in headlines. What I mean is, I'm guessing he's like not going outside the norm of expectation at this point.
Oh no, he's been doing all kinds of shit, doing podcasts and everything. Yeah, he's been very out there.
I'm hoping as he finally finds a way to get himself, educated. And I don't mean like, he needs to go to college to do it, but I hope that that's an environment he can exist in at some point. Even if
he tried to go to a college, I guess, and it didn't work out.
Basically, like I think twice, right?
But I know he was working with the Trump team a couple months ago, so I'm sure he's got stuff going on.
That's one of the things is the Trump University idea, or not Trump University, that was a failure, but like the idea of having a public.
No, we're gonna call it Trump University 2, okay? Electric Boogaloo.
There we go. But the idea of having like an online resource curated by the government as an aid, like I think that would be an excellent teaching aid to have a pooled set of resources instead of having to pay $600 for a textbook. If you could just go to a fucking government website and say, look, here's Thermo 101, go for it. If you and have it so that you don't need to be fucking college registered in order to read that shit.
Right.
I gotta tell you, I self-taught the vast majority of the shit that I know years before I got to it in any college class, any high school class, any middle school class, etc.
Well,
I was doing fucking algebra. I was doing advanced algebra in like 4th grade.
That's the thing is if you're that kind of person.
Available. But you see, the reason I had the resources available is because my older brother is 7.5 years older than me. So I was fucking with him by correcting his ass when he was doing his AP exam reviews. Like, and this, I still give him shit for this to this day. But I used to take his textbooks and I could go read them.
If you're
that was interesting to me.
Even moderately an autodidact, the internet is just such a revelation for like any autodidact of our age has it over every people's that come before us, right? Because you've now got the library of fucking Alexandria at your fingertips, essentially.
Well, I was on the internet in 92, 93. Like that's when I started on. I was like 6, and I was able to talk to the people who were making the fucking internet at the time. The reason I got into programming at that age was because I was able to go into a BBS. That's a bulletin board system. Yeah, that's like 4chan without pictures. Imagine that.
Yeah. You had the ASCII.
Well, yeah. The ASCII art was awesome. There are people who have no idea that that's an acronym. You just search up ASCII. Probably that's
ASCII art is art.
ASCII, not ASSKEY.
Yeah.
And anyway, but you could go and talk to these people, and because the internet wasn't like the normie-verse it is now, they just assume that you're just a guy on the internet. That you're one of them, basically. You say, how do you do this stuff, and they'll tell you.
It was at one time. It was a small club.
Yeah, I remember IP Connect and Direct Connect. There was a way to play Doom 95 over IP, Direct IP, and it sucked ass, but it was functional enough to get 2 or 3 people playing the same game. It was really cool.
My favorite multiplayer over fucking dial-up was Turok 2: Seeds of Evil.
Yes,
that was 98.
I love the Turok series.
Oh yeah, and see people
and they're on Steam by the way,
because people played it on N64, right? But
yeah,
I played it on PC, and I was like, oh my god,
shit.
Turok 2
I got it on
is
PC.
a revelation.
I got it on PC. I never played the multiplayer on PC. But I remember playing Turok 1 through 4, and they're on Steam. Sarge, if you remember him, Sarge pointed me to it years ago. Yeah, just being able to get on there and fiddle around with that, and you can plug an Xbox controller in and just have at it. It's fucking awesome.
I bet.
But but one of the things with the autodidact thing is you need to know how to search. And because the information is all disparate, it's difficult if you're an autodidact and you don't know how to search. That's a lesson you have to learn on your own, and you don't really get good at that instantly if you haven't spent time just looking for random shit and then having to look through obscure searches to get to it.
And
if you
now
get to page 10 on Google, you're not really doing well.
I was going to say it's flipped a little bit because the algorithm works against you in a lot of ways if you're indexing yourself.
It really does. You have to be specific, and the Google foo part of it is kind of a thing. But yeah, the whole just having a centralized. I don't like centralization because it doesn't scale well. But in this case, the corpus of knowledge, the scale up is to have a program where you reimburse people for putting their time in to curate. Give them a fucking federal grant at a university. Say, look, if you contribute this many hours per week to getting this thing up to speed in a way that we can get accrediting organization to accredit it as a specific type of resource that is qualified for use in an accredited program at a university, then we'll compensate you for that time. That is I think that if we're going to have anything to do with the Department of Education, getting that off the ground would be what we use it for.
Well,
I mean, at this point, it's kind of unsalvageable. You should just do it in executive order separately and have legislation follow through. But if we had a DOE that was worth a damn, that would be where you put the funding is getting people.
I think with the DOE, because Trump has been coy since he came in office about the idea of ending the Department of Education. I think I know why that is, because I think it will still stand as a department afterwards. What I think it will be doing
needs to gut it.
Is it's going to be doing school choice, essentially. It's going to be giving vouchers.
Sure.
Because that was a policy he championed since 2020.
Well, every fucking state has a Department of Education. People don't realize this. Every single state and every territory has a Department of Education that is responsible for the schools in the state. And federal government, when Carter put that in, we went from number 1 to number 24 in a span of like a decade.
Yes, very quickly.
We fucked up. Like they came in and they forced everyone else to do stuff that they switched from what was working to whatever retarded shit they were told.
Standardized testing. That's what they switched to. Is standardized testing, and then teaching to the standardized tests becomes the incentive.
That was the problem. Standardized tests aren't an issue. Teaching to the test is.
Correct. Yeah.
Like
actually, I just
standardized tests should be of the teachers, not of the students. Because teachers should be held to a minimum standard. That was the idea of the Department of Education at the federal level, was minimum standards. And
I just voted in this last election in Massachusetts. We had the MCAS, which is their standardized test. It was required to graduate high school, and a referendum got put up that not only did I sign it as a petition, but I voted for, which was to get rid of the graduation requirement. And I feel strongly about that because that leads to graduation requirement leads to the teachers forcibly having to teach to the test. They don't have a choice.
Right. Well, I think that like the way it should be steered, and I know it's the original thought, and that's, thoughts are great and all, but the practice matters. Yeah. The original thought was that you pair this along on the side as a way of measuring success versus creating success.
Exactly.
And I think part of the issue as well is that, the problem is standardized testing to get into a college is not a bad thing.
Correct. Yeah, I'm not opposed to the concept of a standardized test entirely, but the graduation requirement, funny thing is, I was the last of age, so when I graduated as a senior, was the last year you did not have to pass the test to graduate. So
same here in New York State for me.
Yeah, and it's like I've watched the degradation of the system right down to now with my son in it, and I see them already in elementary school teaching only and solely to this test. So of course I voted against it. It's insane.
See, that's the thing is, I did college prep. I was very fortunate in that my
standardized testing is great, but one size doesn't fit all for education.
Right. So I was fortunate that my parents were able to afford, by the shoestrings they were able to pull together to send me and my brothers, send me and my little brother to private school. My older brother basically went to public school. Because that gap was enough time to amass the capital, so to speak. But going through basically college prep, we didn't have to take the FCAT, which is what everyone else had to take here in Florida. So if you're in public school in Florida, you take the FCAT. And I don't know if it's a requirement to graduate to pass it, but I know everyone has to take it in public systems. We never had to take it. We ended up just doing the SAT, ACT.
Actually, here the MCAS is
a test for that too.
Private schools have to take the MCAS here as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well,
and to be fair to my state for 1 second, it is number 1 in education.
According to that test.
Yeah, according to that test and those results, and that we just eliminated the test requirement. But to be even more fair, Massachusetts has been number 1 since as long as they've been keeping track, even before the standardized testing.
So I wonder what the correlation is between the test record they have and the SAT performance and ACT performance.
That would be the most interesting metric, wouldn't it?
Right, because that's a national standard that they'd have to compete against versus an in-state standard. I wonder what the two.
We have the highest proportion of people going to college, but that's not really entirely fair considering the size and population of our state.
So
per capita, we have the highest level of college education in the country.
I'm sorry, Sam. Go ahead.
When I was in high school, they required everyone to take the SATs to graduate, but then the year after I graduated high school, they stopped doing that for college admissions. So,
So I was the last year that had my last year of SAT was the year they were testing out the third section for the third component of the score. So I got both the out of 1600 and out of 2400, and then my little brother is basically a year behind me in grades, so it's in academic year, and he when he took it, there was no longer like an optional component. They had established the population basis for standardization.
Yeah, it was 1600 when I took it, and I wasn't really sure what the difference was, to be honest with you.
Well, so
I knew that younger people told me it was 2400, and I'm like, well, then I don't know what it translates to.
So the 1600 part is exactly the same, but then they added a writing section.
Oh, okay. So points. I just didn't do the writing. Well, I got like a 15 something.
Yeah.
But I got suspended 65 times, so I didn't go to college. I was much more into smoking weed with my bros.
I can see why with your family history, there are reasons.
So, so the funny thing is, though,
in that case, technically, when my mom was, when she had me as a single mom, she went to Northeastern. So technically, I physically went to Northeastern, which makes me an Ivy League guy.
Ah, all right.
It's just that I was a baby, and the teacher felt so bad for my single mother that she would hold me during the class while she's teaching because she's so embarrassed by this single mother. Anyway, go ahead.
That's you and Boss Man Hogg, man. You and Boss Hogg.
Yeah.
He's a Harvard man. You're a Northeastern.
That's right.
Go ahead and rub elbows.
Well, that's a throwdown if you don't know. That's like.
Yeah, toss the gauntlet.
Well, yeah, and yet you're way smarter than he.
Yeah, did you hear? I don't.
No, I'm retarded.
I don't want someone to go and actually publish his grades, but the hearsay, at least, I'm hoping it's only hearsay and nobody's actually done this to him because that'd be fucking awful. But the hearsay is his Hogg's grades at Harvard were shit. Case's grades were great. Yeah. And that basically Hogg got through on name recognition, which that part I do believe.
At Harvard, he was probably
could be said for Kasich.
Like a minor celebrity to a lot of those lefties.
Oh yeah.
From what I've heard, he didn't even have the grades to get into Harvard initially, but they let him in.
That's true. He took the SATs twice to get the score, actually.
So that's the other thing is SATs and ACT, like standardized tests for college admission. It's common if you're at least in prep schools, definitely, but I think in writ large, it's common to take it twice.
Okay, to be fair, he took it once. He took it once before the shooting at Parkland, and he took it once after.
Sure.
Make of that what you will, dear listener.
So every college, and I'm certain policies haven't changed in the intervening time. Every college takes the best of the ways that the ACT and SAT are split up in different components. Like say your different 800 scores or different 17s, whatever. They will combine them. They'll combine the best scores of your attempts to give you a composite score, and that's the score they use for their
DEI score, right?
Well, nowadays that's
not anymore. Well, I guess at Harvard still, right?
Well,
yes.
That's the thing, Max. Is for state schools, at least here in Florida. They stopped now the year after I graduated high school. They stopped requiring high school students to take the ACTs or the SATs. I was the last.
I don't think we were ever required at my time, because most people actually. This might sound crazy to you, Sam. Most of the people in my graduating class did not go to college. Do you know? We went to a really actually considered to be a top school. Do you know why, Sam? Because I graduated in 2002, and about half the guys signed up in the military to go die in Iraq. Right.
That's fair.
No, I went to the top rated public high school in Colorado.
But they didn't let me go die in Iraq, Sam, on account of I have flat feet. I was a bunch
of my buddies and sent them over there.
They said, nope, "Nope, you got flat feet. You're not allowed to die in Iraq." And I said, damn.
Well, having flat feet saved your life then.
Yeah, from
Me,
the
I
wars
was-
and depleted uranium and all kinds of other fun things, right?
I don't know, Sam. I
He
was
didn't
going to
get
join the
himself that
Navy.
I wasn't allowed to go. I'm a cripple.
I'd like to look up how
Yeah.
many Navy deaths happened in Iraq, but I don't think it's very high, to be honest with you.
I mean,
Because I
depends
absolutely
on.
would have signed up for the military had I been allowed to.
Yeah, I definitely signed up and got told nope and was like, oh, man.
I
And then I
got-
went to my friend's funeral and I kind of changed my perspective, and that's when I became pretty anti-war
Yeah.
and very public about it.
Yeah.
I had to carry a couple of friends too. That's not fun.
Yeah, rest in peace.
Holding
All those
the-
we've lost for no fucking reason.
I'll tell you, being a pallbearer for a couple of my buddies, that leaves a dent. You
Well,
know, I
and
don't
then,
want-
and then there's my buddies that come back, right? Half of them are all fucked up in different ways.
Oh yeah. Well, that's the thing is people don't realize this, and this is something I knew before, before getting into high school. Even, I didn't fully comprehend it as much until later on, seeing it in their eyes. But you don't go when you go to war. Part of you dies there, no matter what you do.
I'll tell you.
It's either from seeing your friend blow up next to you, losing a limb, or hearing about it on the fucking boat when the guy's bleeding next to you. Shit gets real fucking fast out there.
I have a good friend of mine, and he was one of those gung-ho motherfuckers, wanted to be Marine, and he became a Marine to his credit. Hoorah and all that. Shout out to him for doing it. But the point of the story is this. When he signed up, he wanted to go because his whole reasoning was, if I join, I can kill somebody legally. I'm going to be, Let me tell you something about when he came back. None of that was there.
Yeah.
That was fucking gone, and he didn't want to talk about it. He told me about what he did, and he told me that he did kill a man, like he said. And he felt fucking terrible about it. What a shock.
I bet you a lot of that got beaten out of him in boot though, because the mentality that you are a killer is built in, but at the same time, the idea that you feel good about doing it as a person is beat out of you.
Yeah,
well, that's what I figured. That's what I figured would happen. But what I didn't fully expect was for him to come back so vastly different about what he had done, and so against the war. By the way,
that's the thing is they go in knowing they're going to defend the people and the Constitution, and if that willingness to do the dirty work for us gets squandered with bad decisions, it pisses soldiers off.
He said he was fighting. He said he was fighting for opium cartels, and it makes him sick.
That's the thing is people don't realize, like, part of the duty that people did in Afghanistan was guarding the poppy fields from being torched,
which is what he did specifically. And he felt like he saw those.
That was one of the nice rotations.
He saw those poppies, and then he thought about a friend of ours that died of a fucking heroin overdose, and he thought, I'm literally defending the system. And that was when he fucking applied.
A lot of those opium poppies are what we use to make our opiate medicines everywhere else in the world. But a good portion of that, because the way Afghanistan was run at the time, like 30% of the opium they produced was immediately turfed into the illegal trades, and they either made illegal opiates or they would make heroin. And the heroin, the
either
black heroin
off-brand Oxy or Perk. Right, off-brand Oxy or Perk that they're basically
they make the counterfeits in China, and that would get shipped
just
over
straight
here.
up smack.
Yeah. And that shit,
and especially by the way, the smack, because that's why so many of the soldiers got hooked on it while they were over there.
Yeah, that was the other thing I was going to say is part of the thing that happens over there is they say,
bring our boys
stressed.
and girls home. By the way, is my stance to this day. Just wanted to let everybody know.
They say, hey, man, you look stressed. This is how we relax while we're working the fields. While you're guarding it, why don't you try something?
Yeah, man. I smoke the opiums every day. It's cool, bro. You're just standing there.
Yeah, the people that work in the fields, they get killed if they get caught taking it, but they're happy to hook a soldier on it because they don't give a fuck. They think they saw Americans there as invaders. They're going to fuck with you. And that was a lesson they learned the hard way.
Well, and then the sad irony too is that then when these guys come back and they actually need medicine, like from the VA.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he
VA's not
doesn't
gonna
get
give-
much of that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so that's a sore spot. So here's the thing: is VA used to be a hell of a lot worse. So my uncle, Gordon Mansfield, he was the deputy undersecretary or whatever, and then he became the I think it was acting secretary of VA under Bush briefly. And so what he did, so he came back from Vietnam, and he didn't get the Medal of Honor, but his buddy Joe Marm got it down the valley from him. So I actually got to shake Marm's hand at his funeral, which was a huge honor to meet the man. He's great. So my uncle,
I've heard of him.
My uncle got shot in the so same unit as my uncle. My uncle got shot in the spine, and he got what the hell is the infantryman? The one that's right below Medal of Honor. He got that for defending his people while he's paralyzed on the ground, shooting at the enemy while his team got on the bird and got out of there. So he came back and he got himself a law degree, and he immediately got into I think he became a judge for briefly, and then he got into politics. And he got into the VA because he, as a soldier who came back fucked up from the war, got to experience all the glory of the VA at the time, which did not serve anyone well. And what he did was he got in the VA, and he, as an administrator, with legal authority to fuck with these people hard if they screwed him over, he would just come in as Joe Blow in the wheelchair, soldier off the street, and see how they treated him. And he'd take down names, and he got those fuckers fired.
Dude, that's like the Ray Kroc strategy.
And they stopped doing that shit after he left the VA. And they even stopped it while he was at the top of it. He didn't have any control at that point of that kind of process. But because they made it so hard to fire a federal employee, shit like that doesn't work right now. But hopefully that's changing as we speak with Trump. But that's the kind of thing that needs to come back. Is going in there and just getting the people out that need to get out.
With all these plates in the air, sometimes it is hard to see where things might shake out. But the thing that I think a lot of Dems don't get is this is exactly what we did vote for. Yes.
Oh,
yes.
Yeah, I sent that meme to my family chat earlier. There's the one that says, this is what I voted for. It's better than I imagined.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I keep seeing stuff, and I'm like, no way he did that. That was just something that I would have, spitballed off, right? How did the president just do that?
By the way, Craig, the medal you're thinking of is the Distinguished Service Cross. So
that's probably I think that's
the infantry.
Yeah.
And look, medals are great and all, but when you get shit on at the VA, and
the VA was I think the higher honor for him, frankly.
I will say this, that exactly. Straightening out the VA does a lot more good than even saving your bros in the fucking foxhole, for real. The VA got better under Trump. It did. A lot of veterans will tell you that, but not better enough. One, it's never good enough. These people got injured almost universally in defending this country, or at least you promised that if they did that, you would take care of them. Let's fucking do that. One. I don't like seeing homeless vets. I've known many homeless vets in my day because I'm not too fucking proud to say that I drank with bums on occasion. And bums they may be, but they fought for this fucking country. And the reason that they're out there usually is because they can't get proper fucking psychiatric care.
Now,
they'll tell you that. It's not even like, oh, I don't have any problems. They're like, yeah, I just can't get any fucking psych care at all.
Yeah. Yeah, the sad thing is that there's a bunch of them that are impersonators, but the quickest way to get through that is to say, what was your MOS? Past that hurdle, and either you have a really good actor or you finally found a vet. And the ones on the street that are having their issues, it's disgusting that we chose to pay not just for housing, but for basically fucking everything for a bunch of people who are not supposed to be here, period, and left them on the street. And so I get that some of them at this point, especially given the psychiatric issues and drug issues and time already spent on the street, so that's where they're used to. the big change of someone showing up with a seemingly too good to be true handout, saying, "Hey, look, man, we're going to get you cleaned up and we'll get you in a setting."
Yeah,
where
a
you
lot of
can
them will be scared
be
of
a
it.
man again. Like that's already going to be a hurdle to get over. But if you're not funding that instead, that's disgusting.
But it can start at the goddamn VA with a lot of those guys, right? Because if you can get,
absolutely.
Like I'm saying, is I find the biggest complaint I've ever heard from veterans is not being able to get psychiatric care, and it's basically because they're like, well, fuck you, PTSD, you don't actually have that, and they're like, I fought in a war. Can I just talk to the
you're
straight?
trying not to waste. That's the fuck the thing is. They would tell you with a straight face, we are trying to eliminate waste and fraud, and this is how we're reducing it with these kinds of hard questions, etc. Say, well, look, all right, you got this guy's serial number and his biographics. You know this guy from nuts to eyebrows. This is the person on paper. If you're not taking care, he paid.
And here's all the times he's gotten
for the
picked
bill
up
already with his blood, and all you have to do is give him cash. That is such a crazy trade. A person put their body on the line and bled for you, and you're gonna fuck him over on a bill. That's outrageous.
And he's broken now because you're
Every fucking
over.
hangnail should be taken care of by the VA.
And they wonder why the veteran suicide rate is so high. It's because they feel like they don't have options, especially if they're in mental health treatment.
They put the pants on. You should just take care of them. It's that simple.
Well, that's what I was.
Ever.
Yeah, fuck. And this is why people don't care about USAID, by the way. Because are they helping the veterans get off the fucking streets? No.
Nope.
They're funding the NGOs. Nope. They're funding the NGOs that are getting the fucking government in New York to kick veterans out. Kick out actual veterans of hotels and stuff and move illegals in. This 100% happened last year.
Yep. When I first
those were, by the way, not homeless veterans. Those were veterans who had a home and got kicked out of it because they were on a government home.
Sam, you were saying?
Sorry, that just makes me mad, Sam.
It makes me mad too. I don't know if I've actually ever shared this story with you, gentlemen. I believe I've shared it with Mortheous, at least, but I actually had a service dog when I was a kid who I ended up giving to a wounded veteran.
You did tell me about that, actually.
When I no longer needed him as a service dog. Long story short, Ian, who is the gentleman who got Clark, served in Iraq, and when I first met him, this was like in 2010, and he had told me that like the VA has been fucked for like, at that point it was like 30 years because but he told me early on
it's because at that point mostly the Vietnam vets were getting it the worst for the longest time, but in the 2010s it was just starting to hit all the Iraq and Afghanistan vets too. Find out the same exact problems, right?
Well, but there were two things that he said that I'll never forget, because at the time the Obamacare was just it wasn't passed yet. It was just it was still just like in front of Congress. He had told me that like a bunch of veterans had gone to Congress and said, "Do not pass this thing because it'll be like the VA, but for the general population on steroids." And
there was 100% veterans against the ACA.
I remember that.
Yeah,
he's right.
The other thing too is and I remember being flabbergasted when he told me this, but one of the problems they had, you mentioned PTSD and veteran suicides. One of the big problems they had was some of the VAs were so understaffed that they literally had like college psych students coming in as psychiatrists for these for these veterans. And you have some of these guys like pouring their heart out some of the horrific shit they've seen. And then you have like these 20-something-year-old college kids who, they've never seen combat. They're traumatized by what they've heard these guys describing. So it doesn't help anyone.
So a buddy of mine, part of what rehabilitated him, after he was a ranger. He had a parachuting accident. So that's a generic term for he got into some shit, and he got fucked up from it. But he came back and he was wounded in a way that fucked up his spine a bit. He had to take meds for pain, so he was in the hospital for a while. And so one of the things he started doing was just talking to the people around him, and it's one of the things that really gets them through it. Is it's the same shit you do in any other generic field as kind of the male camaraderie is who can tell the most fucked up story, that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
but just getting them to speak about it out in the air instead of just recycle it in their head and live that moment, instead putting it into the past by telling someone else what happened, and then having that someone else be someone who can authentically say, yeah, man, I get it. I was there too.
All my veteran buddies say the best therapy for them has just been talking to other veterans.
Yeah.
That's
a real psych person isn't going to be able to tell them, yeah, I get it, and then have the vet think that they actually did get it.
This is why I don't try to say I get it, right? I'm like, well, I can relate, I can empathize, or sympathize, but can't empathize is what it is.
So that's exactly it. You can do comparative situations where you as a part of the sharing part of it between the two people, you can describe shit you've gone through too that was horrific. If you happen to be unfortunate enough to build character that way, you share that kind of stuff, and the same way that you won't necessarily get everything that they say, they have that similar shared experience. They're not going to get the same kind of everybody's, the average is to be not average and having some fucked up thing happen in your life. So everyone's going to have their go-to story. And the thing that will help a vet out is not just hearing it from other vets, but when they talk to a civilian and the fucked up story, even if it's on par with shit you'd find in war, just isn't the same kind of hellish theater. It recontextualizes that they're home safe. Mm-hmm. That is important. That's a part of the process of getting back into civilian life.
One of the things that that's the reason why I get so pissed off at the COVID nursing home situation up here in New York is because in my early 20s I had to be in nursing home for probably 6 to 9 months for surgery and whatnot, and I would just sit and chill with these old Italian veterans, and we would just trade stories about what they'd gone through in the military, and I would tell them.
I'm sure it was dope for them to talk to a younger guy about it, right?
Yeah, and I would just sit under their learning tree and just soak it all in.
Yeah,
Well, that's why I think like Steve and a lot of the other authors I've had on who were actually like legit special forces guy, like a lot of them have told me that that's why they started writing was to. Even if they were writing fiction, it was to give them like an outlet to. That's why
that helps. Like a hobby or an outlet absolutely helps. I would say universally for everybody.
Oh yeah,
well, it's not just a hobby; it's having someone to initiate getting into a hobby with them.
Yeah, and
they're
there was this one it's an older Italian gentleman. It got to the point where him and I would meet like once a month, and we would take turns ordering an anchovy pizza, and we would just split it while he was telling stories.
Cool.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I had not a veteran, but one of my favorite dudes was a guy we called the Captain. He worked at a company I used to work at, the clean room company I was talking about, and he was from Cambodia. And he would regale us with stories of fucking the Khmer Rouge and ritual cannibalism, and Well, okay, he said like they because they got so poor, they kind of like developed the eat your family members when they pass strategy.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is true. I looked
I
into
can
it.
tell you that human tastes like sweet pork. That's
Yeah, well, he said specifically that the palms were considered the tastiest bit.
Wow.
And that the person that was closest would generally get the palms. Now, I don't know if he was fucking with us, to be honest with you, but there are definitely reports under the Khmer Rouge of things like that. And he would just tell us all these crazy stories about why he hates communism and why he fled that shithole to come here.
Mm-hmm.
Great times, man. Shout out to all the fucking people don't even know, like, Cambodians in this country are here because they fled communism, and I don't have any problem with that.
Yeah, they're like Cubans here.
Yeah, exactly.
Hate it.
Yeah, all the Cubans here. That's why they always get so like. In case people don't know why Cubans don't like all this woke stuff, that's because all they see is communism.
Yeah, they just hear Castro bitching about the rich. The thing that I remember was growing up. So I had a real privilege in that I was born at a time where a lot of Holocaust survivors were still alive, and they were all like grandparents and great grandparents. And so I remember, like, they would get brought into schools and then also to Hebrew school. So I'd go to my Sunday school.
Oh no, the Jew haters are going to tell us that you're making stuff up now.
Well, take it up to them; they're dead. So they'd get trotted in, for Holocaust Remembrance Day, yada yada, but they'd show up, they'd be in congregation, and you could talk to them, and you could see the numbers stitched into them, and they would tell you about they would very candidly tell you about the horrific shit that they're still stuck remembering because it's the few memories that are left towards the end.
I got some Jewish family, and the tattoo shit ain't a joke. I seen them. Yeah. And also them telling you about the shit they went through usually seems to the case to me. I met quite a few.
Remember those fun stories about how did you survive? How did you get out? Were you there when they came in and rescued, or did you escape? How did that go? And then shit like what did you know about what they were doing before you found out outside of the camp? And how did that greet you? Like, what level of knowledge of the fucked up danger you were in did you have?
Yeah, like at what point did the alarm go off? And then at what point
kind of sold it. And then and the other thing is, I found out that the family trajectory on the one side of mine, went through a shtetl in what was then Poland and is now Ukraine. And it was I can't remember the name of the fucking camp, but it was one of the basically what they did was. They have a couple of Jews that from the last train that they had convinced would be able to move on if they helped funnel people in from the new train. That's how they kept the workforce low enough.
Yep.
But they'd have the train come in and they'd rush everyone out and they'd throw them into a room. And they had a big ass diesel engine there that they ran and they pumped the exhaust into one of the three of the different rooms. So they'd rotate them out so they could have a couple Jews clear out the dead bodies into the big pit. And the way they got rid of everything at the end was they threw all the logbooks on top of the bodies in a big trench where they'd been storing them because what the fuck we do with all these? They poured fuel oil in there and they just lit the fucker on fire. They found out about all the bodies by finding a several inches thick, deep layer of bone and ash.
Yeah, bone fragments, I would imagine.
And it was a very long trench. It looked like they cleared out they cleared out a path for a telephone pole, for power wires to come in. They just dug out the ground underneath it and they filled that up with bodies. So like that shit, then you get to hear that from a Holocaust, you hear that from a Holocaust survivor, and then you do genealogical research later and you find out about this, like, wow, they weren't really fucking around. Like that wasn't just a crazy story to scare the small brat in the audience. That was specifically the shit they went through.
Yeah. Harrowing tale,
My step-grandfather, he actually was at the second wave that liberated Dachau. and he was at the Battle of the Bulge. He was at D-Day, and then he was in at the second wave of Dachau. All before he was 22, by the way. Because of all that shit, he became a very high functioning yet like hardcore alcoholic. And I remember I was
the best kind, obviously.
Yeah, well, I was a teenager. I was in my early teens when he passed. But like one of my last memories of him, and it was honestly sad, was he said that I looked like a kid who he saved at Dachau, and it freaked him out. So,
I can see how that would do that.
But yeah,
that's because we didn't know this, Sam, but you've been Jewish the whole time.
Well, actually, there is. I mean,
not even like ethnically, like you're practicing. You just didn't realize it.
Yeah. Well,
yeah. What's all stretching here?
I haven't told I have the Jewish hook nose. So
my God, my grandfather, he's telling me all these stories.
Oh, I think it's funny because like both here and in Ireland, right? There's a lot of like Jew-Irish commingling, and it's because I think once we found each other, it's like yeah, there've been people trying to kill us, and we were like yeah, the British been doing the same shit. You know, you can hang out in Ireland. You know what I mean?
And also we get blamed for everything too.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody's like, "Oh, those Irish." Also,
my dad's side, I'm Irish English, and it was funny because my aunt, went back and looked at, this, that, and the other as far as going back, and it's kind of like saying, everyone's the third or fourth relative of a king, but like my aunt found out like we're somehow like the McCallan clan, I think is the one we're descended from on that side. It was just interesting because like it's like so. Fuck everyone in my family like Scotch, and now there's this Irish part. That's not going to be a good thing, because I don't think any of us like Jameson, unless it's in a cake. Irish sponge cake's good, but like
the thing about Irish that you might be missing is like they like Jameson or like
potatoes great. That's easy.
But what they really really like is alcohol.
Yeah,
just alcohol.
Yeah, guess what? Jews do that too.
Yeah, see what I mean? It's like we both been through some shit. We both like fish a lot. We like to drink. We had a lot in common. This is why you can find like all throughout New England. There's like Irish communities. There's always like a temple.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? There's one.
Yeah, it's.
Oh yeah.
And so yeah, I got like my aunt married a Jewish doctor or whatever. So yeah, I have like Jewish family growing up. It was always a thing, There's even an Irish folk song called Paddy Murphy, the Drunken Irish Jew. Look it up if you've never heard it. It's a real thing.
I believe you.
Sounds great.
Yeah.
But anyway, well, gents, we are coming up on close to 3 hours.
We're past pumpkin hour for me. I know I saw here on this one, but I'm happy that you guys had me on.
There's one more thing I need to talk about, Sam. I noticed this.
Well,
could you hold up your watch towards your screen for a second again? Because I want to point out that your desktop seemed an awful lot like either Alexa Bliss in a risque pose or Harley Quinn, maybe.
No, what? You're imagining stuff. Anyway, you said you had another topic. What was that? It or
that was it? Yeah. is that I could see your desktop reflected in your watch.
Nothing like, nuclear non-proliferation policy, none of that kind of shit.
No. He's got a picture. Yeah, he's got a picture of Alexa Bliss or Harley Quinn.
Well, now you have to tell us what it is.
Yeah, you have to tell us what it is, Sam. Come on, don't keep me hanging.
Well, honestly, I don't see
it's
what
Steve
your
or Evan and drag.
It's your desktop, Sam.
Your desktop, dude.
What is
where your
desktop?
icons are on your desktop of your computer?
Oh yeah.
What's the picture? Is it Harley Quinn or is it Alexa Bliss or is it Liv Morgan? They all kind of look the same.
I think
Public has a right to
Alexa
know.
Bliss. I don't know. I'll check afterwards.
He doesn't know. He says.
Take a screen cap and send it.
See, this is why Dave once said I'm creepy for like noticing stuff like that, and so I stopped and I muted myself, and I asked my wife if I should point it out, and she said definitely. So
this is Maxan approved.
Yeah.
Now we just gotta know.
So anyway, though,
black.
Yeah. Well, she's gonna screenshot it. We'll figure it out. Don't worry.
Oh yeah.
Next time on the Whitfield Report, we're gonna tell you what dirty picture Sam has on his desktop.
I just set mine to black so I can find all the icons until I end up saving a black PNG or something. In that case, fuck that, it's gone.
Yeah.
I think I just let the Call of Duty Black Ops 6 thing set my wallpaper a couple months ago.
Well, you have fun scrolling through a 3 hour. You have fun scrolling through a 3 hour stream. So,
Sam, how do you think I get clips every week? You think that happens by magic?
What you mean you don't have an A? Oh, that's right. You do everything.
It costs too much money to pay crackheads to do the editing, Sam. I can get them to write jokes, yeah, but
you could always hire an H1B.
Oh, yeah, but H1 then I'd have to like. That's true,
Well,
but then I'd have to learn to speak Hindi.
Oh man.
Well, listen, I've got all the crackheads editing my manuscript right now, so
fair.
They can't edit my manuscript and clip the video. They got to do
right. So I'm clipping the video, and I'm gonna find out what the picture was that I saw on your desktop, whether you want to tell everybody or not. And I'm gonna expose Sam live on the Whitfield Report next week.
God damn! You hear this? He's into the next goddamn video.
I'm like,
he already has you a headline. He has you an opening topic. This guy is on the ball.
I'm always thinking ahead.
You're unpaid employee.
I was like, this discussion is great, but I just noticed that Sam's a perv.
To be fair, we've known that for a while.
I know. I just always like picking on him for it.
Hold on a second. You telling me that Sam he's a functional heterosexual male?
Yeah, exactly.
He's the feminine form. Oh fuck!
Yeah.
I thought he was a smoking queer.
Well, what else are you gonna pick on Sam for? Think about that for a second. Do you know how hard it is to consistently pick on Sam in a way that doesn't make me look like a fucking asshole?
You're telling me this guy is a picture of masculinity writ large, sitting here right in front of us right now.
Yeah.
Well,
I can't. The thing is, being his co-host is tough. Mortheous can back me up on this because you can't always kiss his ass. So sometimes you gotta fuck with him. How do you fuck with Sam without being the fucking dickhead? How do you fuck with Sam? I've been trying.
In order to kiss Sam's ass, you got to get him out of the chair first.
I could probably pick him up with one hand,
Well, that is a good point, Mortheous.
If we ever meet up,
So-
you guys know what's gonna happen. Is like there's gonna have to be a picture of me holding both of you in each arm, right?
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like if nothing else, hey, if you would love to donate to see that picture, we'll make it happen.
Absolutely.
I will pick up.
I might even allow the picture to be taken
under each arm.
without some sort of mask.
You can wear a mask. It's still the point will be made.
I think he's really concerned. I think he's more concerned of whether or not you're going to be wearing enough deodorant.
Depends. I mean, I do get sweaty when I'm lifting stuff.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm not worried about that. I'm used to, to sweat in Florida.
You coming on to me, Sam?
Oh, you wish. No,
Sam is Max Ann's Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
He's so mad. He didn't do it. We were supposed to do it. He didn't do it. I can't believe he did that. Like, how do people not think that's the funniest Joe Rogan thing I've ever seen in my life? It just sounds like he wanted to fuck Kamala for 5 minutes.
Well,
straight.
no.
So
there are edits of there are edits out there of Joe Rogan talking dirty to Tulsi Gabbard, which
Tulsi Gabbard. You keep saying that because you think she's attractive, but Kamala's not. That's why it's so fucking funny.
So I'm just gonna say something on this. I did a play in high school. It was kind of a riff off of the Cirque du Soleil thing. And so so it was the band class that did it. So everyone was playing an instrument, etc. And so everybody had like their theme character and so on. And there was this one girl who was her character involved swinging from a pole that was on a cart that was walked out to the front of the stage to introduce her character. So if you sat at the back during the rehearsal and you sat on the ground on the curtain and you just leaned back and closed your eyes and you heard the directions being given and the way people were talking, it involved her having to grab a pole, and it sounded like they were giving fucking porn directions. It was fucking funny as hell. And the whole Joe Rogan thing, no different. It straight up sounds like he's sitting there negotiating, like, where the fuck is the pimp?
I wanted to do it. She was into it, then she wasn't into it, and I was like, what the fuck, girl? Yeah. Yeah, it's not like Joe Rogan was just bitter he didn't get laid.
Well,
he's sitting there thinking, look, she's fucking, she went after every other big celebrity. Why isn't she crushing on me?
Yeah, man.
I'll even provide a pillow. She doesn't need to break out the knee pads.
She stood up there with Eminem,
Yeah.
Look, she's only promising 45 minutes. I'm asking for 3 hours, goddammit.
Yeah. I got to do it right. We got to do this right at my place. Like, what the?
And then he broke character, and he mentions she has a staff, a big, thick, throbbing staff. And he's sitting there wondering, why was the staff sent to his place early? Is it really that long?
You need a stenographer. What is the stenographer going to do?
Oh, AV.
Joe.
Transcript. Oh, Joe. Oh, Kamala. Oh, fuck yes.
If you read the transcript of the interview that was just released today, ooh, lad, it's not a whole lot more complicated than that.
Anyway, you can catch Craig on the Fake Untitled podcast along with Evan and Steve, who I suppose we should invite Steve on the podcast at some point since we
I've been saying that since before we had Craig.
Complete the collection.
I know, but everyone knows that I'm Team Craig.
I just love how wound, like, nobody gets him as wound up as Steve does, though. Like, in the whole world, I think it's quite obvious. Like, that's the whole fucking fun of the show for me.
It is the little nitpicks, like, and God bless him, he's right to bring shit up like this. when I say something about masks and I specifically mean or I specify exactly which ones I'm talking about, and he says, yeah, but, and then he puts in the categorical claim. Like, well, motherfucker, that's not what I was talking about, but yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
I know. We make a serious effort amidst all of our fucking dick jokes to actually, to have a common basis of fact from which we can have differing opinions.
Yeah.
And if you don't have the ability to admit fucking objective reality, then what the hell are you doing? You're just screaming at each other.
Oh yeah.
And see here,
yeah, it's great.
I just say whatever bullshit comes into my head, and Sam is like, "Oh no, he's doing it again," and that's what we provide as a basis.
Totally.
And then sometimes he either leans into my joke or quickly tries to correct me, which is my favorite response. Is when he's like, actually, that's probably not exactly true. And I'm like, yeah, no, obviously, everybody knows that.
You guys need an Evan. You need a Tard Wrangler. Mortheous.
No, that's the beauty of it. Is Sam is the Tard Wrangler. He's just not good at that job.
I tried a Tard Wrangle, but you can't wrangle a max.
Yeah, I'm too big to be wrangled,
See,
sometimes you just gotta let me work.
Yeah, that's the thing is it's actually reversed. We have two Tard Wranglers, and
our Tard is a giant, so we kind of and we're two gentlemen in wheelchairs, so we kind of don't have that.
Yeah,
ability.
it's more like Gulliver's Travels.
I'm sorry, I'm hearing excuses. I think both of you are perfectly capable of tying a lasso and going ahead and snaring this fucker.
That would be fun.
I mean,
you can whip that sucker around. You got stability. You're in a chair.
I mean, not
good point.
My hands aren't as gnarled or crippled as some other people's with cerebral palsy, but but tying knots, and it's a wonder I made Eagle.
I'm not talking about shoestring. I'm talking about get yourself a big rope, one the
get us a fucking lasso and fucking lasso the Tard.
Getting some shipping lines. Get those mooring cables.
This is what I mean by it's like Gulliver's Travels, I just got the little people tying me down. I'm just like, okay, I guess I should let them, right?
Okay, well, to be fair, we
like to make the little people mad.
To be fair, we're not little people, Max. We're just sitting down all the time.
Yeah, no, everybody's little people to me. That's why I hate that they mean dwarfs now, because that's not fair.
Yeah, it really isn't.
Yeah, I know what a dwarf is. I've had friends that were dwarfs. It's always funny when you get a giant and a dwarf. It's an automatic comedy duo. Just like two cripples and a giant, apparently.
Facts.
Wait, let's see. I'm like 6'1". Well, I'm 6 3/4. I'm 6'1".
Well, I mean, isn't that giant in Jewish metrics?
Probably.
I'm certainly above average.
I'm gonna call that coming from the Irish English side.
Probably.
I'm one of those pyramid.
Yeah, I'd say call it on the Jew side. That's where you could be the rarity. It's I just got those good Jew genetics. I don't know about you.
Well, I'm telling you, I'm one of those guys. I'm one of the pyramid builders, motherfucker.
That's right.
I will give.
I heard that they were also trained killers, but
I will give Steve credit on this though. He did make a comment on this week's Fake Untitled podcast. I absolutely agree with, which is that hardcore grifter conservatives like Steven Crowder, namely, are kids television for conservatives.
Yeah. I agree, because I absolutely am fascinated with his show whenever I end up accidentally watching it, because it is funny, it's entertaining.
Well, what does that make? It has the Melanie Mac and them people like Nick Jr.
Oh, they're fucking God. Yes. No, they're the Veggie Tales.
Yeah. Oh. Hold on. No, Veggie Tales has some redeeming quality.
Well, that
Okay,
still
fine,
just
Blue's Clues.
well, that still just makes Melanie Mac a hoe. I don't know.
That was obvious. We all knew that.
You know, I wasn't gonna be like outwardly negatively disparaging towards her until
Oh, you came on the wrong show.
Until she decided that she was gonna be the arbiter of what the difference between sexy and porn was.
Well, don't you know she discovered Christianity last week, and she has to tell everybody all about it?
Yeah, that's the other thing is all of her fucking followers. The moment she discovered Christianity, which is whenever the fuck they feel like, that's the moment from which you can start quoting her.
She also
like, okay,
it's
well,
weird.
I have a panoply of
weird.
quotes
She
from
discovered
her.
two things at the same time, and I have a problem with this. I've talked about this a little bit. Is that she discovered Christianity and that she wanted to be a goth chick because she used to dress different than she does now.
I'm aware.
And that is basically, my wife has a problem with this because that's basically like wearing her as a costume. Because she's a Christian goth chick from like the 90s, you know what I mean?
The funniest thing is the way that her affectation. I could be accused of being juvenile. She's a year older than me. The fuck
I know,
is she doing?
pretends to be 15 or whatever.
She's
thinks
not in her fucking
boxy
early
or
20s.
something.
I know that Forever 21 is a fun store to visit, but you're not. You're fucking 40, lady.
She doesn't have a nose. She just has two slits where her nose should be.
Huh. I guess that makes her an anime character then.
I think that's what she's going for.
Well, anyway, the eyeliner and the affectation and so on, that's all fantastic for you. I hope you do well with that, Melanie. I really do. I honestly think that you should find a way to make that a thing without trying to make an entire fucking industry bend to your will because you're upset about one video game.
It's a One Piece, Melanie Mac. It's a fucking One Piece. Grow up.
Hypocritically, I might mention. Well, here's the thing: is I love the Christian projection, and it's not just Christians. Any fundamentalist does this, where their personal morals are affected, so they cannot imagine anyone else to rise above their base instincts, and so they will immediately accuse you of the horrible, crippling failures that they have. They can't look at a random image of a beautiful woman and not fat.
Yeah. Yeah.
Some people just kind of go, oh, that's interesting, and move on with their life. Or, hey, I like that. That's a pleasing view. I'm still not going to masturbate. Like, just how fucking old are you? Just, Jesus Christ.
You know who plays,
from 13,
characters in these games, by the way, is like if you play MMO games at all, I could get Coron because we have like MMO experience to the fucking T more than anybody, okay? The two of us. And any MMO ever, it's the chicks dressing like sluts, okay? It is not dude players.
It's the chicks
in MMOs, as opposed to other genres, the player base is more generally like evenly split between men and women.
Yeah, it's about 60-40.
Yeah, whereas other games are usually like 80-20.
All the free-to-play MMOs are generally going to be 60-40, 50-50.
And even the subscription ones like WoW is actually closer to 50-50 these days.
WoW is way mainstream. That one, yeah, I easily see that being generally reflective of the population.
And Final Fantasy 14, there's a big one. I mean, Core plays that. I played that, right? And yeah, it's the women have competitions, and you can talk to them. I once was a tank because there was this guild of call girls, I guess. They had a brothel at the Goldshire Inn, and guys would talk dirty to them and emote and pay them lots and lots of gold. And then they would pay me lots and lots of gold to tank dungeons for them so they could farm cosmetic items for their dress-ups. And they paid me shit tons of gold to the point that it paid my WoW subscription for like 2 years because simps pay them the equivalent of like $50 of real money in gold to talk dirty in WoW.
Wow.
God, that is sad.
And
then
the whole time, here's where she has a point. Here's where Melanie finally has a point.
We're taking fucking dungeons and shit the whole time. They're making fun of all the simps. You know what I mean? Like, these guys are fucking weird. I don't know why they're paying me all this money, but
I'll say this further to her point. And I think this is a general one that everyone can agree with. It's that it is possible to have a pretty female, feminine character in a game without having it barely clothed.
Facts.
Fine.
True.
I agree. Can we have that and the barely clothed one and still not fap to either of them? Like, is it really that hard to?
If people want to fap to it, I don't care.
And that too. Who the fuck cares?
Who cares? I am not.
Now, when they're talking about like children being involved, okay, there's something to be said about class and age recognition, like of your audience. But then again, these games are also not generally going to be
specific game she's talking about.
Here's the thing:
First Descendant is a game for
they act like sex doesn't sell.
Well, First Descendant is the game she was mainly bitching about, and it's a skin in that game, and the game is rated T for teen, and it's a one-piece bikini with kind of a thong.
So any given fucking public pool, then.
Yes, and that's my instant reaction was, I see way worse than that, if you call it worse, on any beach, and it's usually like middle-aged moms, dude. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah. It's like Melanie Mac age.
Well, yeah, except they have kids. So it's fucking weird. Like, that's another thing. No,
Melanie Mac's way too old to be out at the beach, guys. She would turn to dust.
But it's one of those things where it's also a weird nuance, like that the difference between a bikini and underwear is how frilly it is. And oftentimes like about it.
Yeah, true.
And then of course it's, oh my god, you saw me in my underwear versus let's go, I'm ready, and all the clothes but the bikini are off. It's like, I get there's this privacy thing and it's all weird and I'm not gonna get it because I'm a guy and I'm just not gonna fucking get it.
Yeah,
Fine.
But if they put a girl with a one piece in a video game, I wouldn't have even thought of it, except this hoe is screeching about it. Ah, you guys are evil! You're all going to hell! I'm like, bitch, you found the fucking Bible 2 weeks ago. Shut up.
Yeah, and then she says jack shit about the barely clothed inverted triangle of a man next to the character.
Yep.
Yeah, and she says jack shit about the fact that she was wearing, percentage-wise, less clothes covering her skin in the video than the women in the fucking video she's yelling about.
No, she generally wears like a tank top and then shorts, and that's fine. Don't care.
No, it's fine. She just had more skin showing than what she was.
That's the part that's annoying. Is why are you talking about the character showing more skin when you do the exact like the way she speaks about this? It's like I expect her to be wearing a fucking letterbox burqa,
or at least
I expect her to have just the eyes visible.
Fitting hoodie.
Like, bitch, are you a fucking nun? No, then shut the fuck up.
I mean, look, now, we're not all perfect, and she's perfectly capable of having criticisms while not strictly adhering to them. But some effort would be appreciated.
Right.
Well, also the thing about Timothy and women preaching at men and all that.
Now, this is something I mentioned to other people before, and this is one of the reasons why converts are some of the most difficult people to deal with as a person who's religious. They tend to be the ones who read every fucking rule and get so hung up on that part as they're learning their new faith that they fail to recognize that part of the idea is for it to guide you as you live, not dictate how you live.
Mm-hmm.
And that's like the commandments are pretty straightforward, but the rest of it, it's not even like the Pirates of the Caribbean, more like guidelines, really bullshit. It's like, look, you are a follower of Jesus. Just ask for forgiveness or whatever. I get you. You're supposed to start telling people. You're supposed to proselytize good morals. I get that part. You should also do that by demonstrating them.
If
you're going to be doing that, like it's
works versus words and all that.
It's one of the reasons why you're not supposed to proselytize as a Jew is because you're not going to be a fucking perfect shining example. Aside from the fact you're not supposed to just push that on people.
Yeah, there's
going to be that philosophical difference, which is
a similar mindset in Catholicism. Like, there's a reason you don't see them like marching out to people's houses, knocking on doors and all that shit. Because, it's
God's job to do that.
I have a message that my father-in-law once left for me that I would like to read to our newly turned Christian friend Melanie Mac here, and it's Timothy 2:11. Okay. And it says, a woman should learn in quietness and full submission. I do not permit a woman to teach or to assume authority over a man. She must be quiet. For Adam was formed first, then Eve. And Adam was not the one deceived. It was the woman. She was deceived and became a sinner. But women will be saved through childbearing if they continue in faith, love, and holiness with propriety. So just the food for thought, Melanie Mack, that you could probably find your salvation in childbearing.
I have one further for her to do. I think is appropriate. Although she's going to have to make sure she reads it from the Torah so that she gets the proper translation, because I did see her Bible study video on it, and I appreciate that there's been 2,000 years between revisions, roughly speaking. 1,600, we'll give it that. But the oomph isn't quite as there when you're using the King James. So Deuteronomy chapter 26, Kitavo, that was my portion for my bar mitzvah. That's not only all the great things that God will do for you if you follow His commandments, but also all the horrific shit that will happen if you don't follow them. And there's one other one that another friend of mine. So there's basically two portions that are roughly this kind of level of fuck around and find out. But good things happen if you follow the rules. So you just go ahead and give that one another read through, and I'm sure that'll do wonders for you. But you should probably do it from the Chabad website. Just Kitavo, pretty straightforward. Deuteronomy 26 through I think it's through 28. But yeah, it's they split up in the 7 Aliyot, and there's the Haftarah. Haftarah, this one was Isaiah 60, 1 through 22. So read Isaiah chapter 60 as well. That way you can also see exactly how awesome things can be. There's light at the end of the tunnel after starting it off with everyone will be blessed, it'll be amazing, and then if you don't, then fuck you, your entire family lineage, all your animals, all your clothing, etc., etc. And then it wraps it up with a nice bow with everything's gonna be awesome. God's gonna lift up His people, and you'll see.
There you go.
So,
and it starts with what was
practicing what you preach is part of that.
Yeah, well, it starts with learning in quietness and full submission to God.
That part is just good. That's the divergence between the two. Is the Old Testament just kind of assumes women are going to be told their place, whereas the New Testament says, well, they need to learn their place.
Right. Well, look, as I understand it, she's leaning more towards Catholic. Yeah, we take the old one pretty serious.
Yep.
And it's bigger, by the way, than the one a lot of Protestants read, because we include Maccabees.
Oh, you have the Apocrypha.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's the thing they don't really immediately advertise is they got real choosy about which books they were going to keep from the old religion when they went to the new one. They kicked out, 16 of them, or however many it was?
Something like that.
I guess they weren't good enough because they told stories like, Esther and the saving of Jerusalem for Hanukkah, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I can't believe that always when I realized that in Protestant Bibles that's not in there, I was like, really?
Yeah, see, that's the thing is I don't know which sects keep which parts of the Apocrypha. I just know that the Apocrypha
most of them non-Catholic keep none of it.
Well, there you go.
The 7 books that all the Catholic Bibles have that they call the Apocrypha now. It used to not separate it as such for us, but it does now. Those 7 books are not in almost. Correct me if I'm wrong. Any Protestant out there that has an official their church's Bible that has that in there, I'd love to hear it, but I'm pretty sure it's exclusive to Catholics and maybe Episcopalians.
I mean, the other thing is that they might learn that Shaitan does not mean Satan. Well, right. At least in their estimation, but it was. A great adversary versus the great adversary.
Right. He's the guy saying, "Hey, wait a minute." That's what it's supposed to be.
It's the guy who will not follow the commandments on purpose. That kind of person.
Yeah. Just to show he's the example.
Just to say, fuck the whole community.
Yeah.
The fact that snake was also the equivalent of calling someone a dickhead or an asshole or a bastard back in the day. So the metaphor of the Garden of Eden being that the snake is the evil asshole. The literalism running into poetry kind of issue there. But
yeah,
that's the part where a lot of converts start off as fundamentalists and they mellow out, and I'm hoping that she finds that within herself at some point.
Yeah, me too. I say the Timothy
Because she
thing.
doesn't need to invite this shit on top of her. If she can go ahead and I get there's a grift, but like she can mellow out to the point where she finds stability.
I say the Timothy
well
thing
on her journey.
In all honesty, because I thought it'll make a funny clip, and I'm totally gonna clip it. But like, yeah, of course, I hope that she gets her fucking head out of her ass. That, like, you see this with people converting to any new thing, especially politics or religion. They go
learn the simple rules.
They go David Hogg style, like Hamas Hogg, all in, snuffing their snout in the fucking shit, right? And they are like, "Hey guys, I love this shit that I'm rolling around in." And you're all like, "Hey, it's kind of like shit."
The way you just said that, it sounded like you said Hamas Hogg. It was pretty fucking funny.
Hamas Hogg would be great. Oh my god, that's it, Sam. We're gonna have the Hamas Hogg roast.
Well, considering that, like,
Let's have a pig roast in honor of Muslims. That would be great.
Considering that, like,
a pig roast for Palestine, Sam. Come on, let's do it.
Hell yeah. I'm all for it. Well, considering that, like, considering that Jews are now, like, colonialists somehow, and also somehow
the best part of the pig roast for Palestine, Sam, is that both sides don't eat pork.
Yes.
No, I know that.
I am the Jew who loves bacon.
Well, there you go.
I know that, but see, one side is not going to kill the other.
Well, one side's not going to kill us for eating pork. That's a big distinction too.
Yeah. That's what I was going to say.
You can have as much pork as you want.
Yeah, neither
one side thinks it's unclean and they don't want to eat it. The other side thinks you should die for not following their religion.
Right, yeah. And well,
I make no apologies for picking a side in that, by the way.
You see, that's one of the things I don't have. So I know that Bats was slightly averse at the whole conflict breaking out, and that he thought I might be a little more pushy about it. And I know there are Jews that are, especially stereotypically going down that road, but I don't find the need to do that because because the other side, if you will happily make a fantastic example of why they're shit. And there's no need for me to go further on that. It's just like I will say my piece as to how much I like them, and I don't. But I'm not going to require someone else to agree with me on that. That's an opinion, whatever. But when the other side decides to tell everyone they're not allowed to drink, they're not allowed to eat pork, also Allahu Akbar, we're going to kill you, and then they just proceed to bomb shit and drive over people, I really don't need to make my case that that's bad shit.
How about you're not allowed to draw cartoons or we'll behead you? That hit me personally. Like, people are like, "Oh, Max, you're a little bit, Islamophobic." Yes, I do have, like, Muslim friends, though, and I have respect for certain Muslim people. But yes, on average, extreme Islam I find detestable. Yes,
and there's a thing that people are exposed to a different kind of moderate here in the U.S. and in the West than the moderates they imagine exist in the Middle East. A Middle Eastern moderate Muslim just wants the extremist to kill you, whereas a moderate Muslim in the United States, writ large, they're just people.
Yeah.
But, and you find that there's that commingling where they refer to moderates in the U.S. and they mean the moderates in the Middle East, or they refer to moderates in the U.S. and they mean the moderates who are actually here. And that confusion is a problem, because when you talk about, they say we got a survey of Muslims and moderates versus extremists, and we looked at what they agreed to from this mosque, and it turns out the mosque is probably moderate in the Middle East, but it's a fucking extremist one here. You're going to see everyone just agrees with the extremist position.
Yeah.
It's that kind of distinction, that nuance, that needs a third label there somewhere.
Well, and I've known Muslim Americans, right, that literally say there should be a reform. Like,
well, what happens is you find a lot of Muslims who are what we would call like a reformer or a moderate here are just heretics because they left Islam because they were trying to be moderate
Yeah.
outside the country, and they got here and they said, to hell with it. Christianity sounds better, or or Hinduism sounds better.
Well, what I was going to say, Max, is it's interesting that you say that there are Muslims who want reform, because there are. But the thing of it is they now have,
we got a billion to convince.
Well, they now have a price on their head. They have a flata out on them, basically.
They always do. I mean, you can even look back at what happened with Salman Rushdie, right?
Yeah.
I mean, this like I said, I mentioned.
Whereas the guy who just got killed for burning Qurans.
Sweden. And then
that was a huge
Charlie Hebdo is the one that I was referencing with the cartoons.
So there's what's her name up in Quebec who's walking in Toronto, who's walking around. I can't remember her first name. Her last name's American. That's the best part about it.
Oh my god,
last name's American.
The concert in Paris, the concert at Manchester. I mean, we could just go on all day of why. Yeah, I think that most semi-radical Islam or even moderate Islam is terrifying to me. And that's somebody that has studied and understands it better than the average person.
Consider that was a Western-centric view, whereas if you look at who they kill most, it's Muslims.
Yeah, it is definitely other Muslims.
Which is horrifying. You feel terrible for them, and you wish that there'd be a better way, but you know that this is happening in the Middle East. If you go over there and you try and convince them otherwise, you're just added to the pile. You're not going to get through that firewall.
And the other thing is, I have been following Israel politics long enough to know that there's this thing happening that a lot of people don't realize for how many decades now, where they just shoot rockets. They just shoot rockets, and you happen to be going about your motherfucking day at your job or something, and the side of your building gets hit with a goddamn RPG. How long, as a people, are you supposed to just say,
the fact that they put up with it
over there, they have it really hard. Let them shoot rockets at us.
The thing is, people will excuse it by saying they have the Iron Dome, they're not going to be affected. It's like, look, motherfucker, if somebody shoots at your house, are you supposed to just take it, or are you going to call the cops or go out and kill them?
Right.
It's not wrong if someone's firing rockets at you to fire a rocket back. It's not wrong to do that.
Right. It sucks. It's not ideal. Obviously, human cooperation is better than fucking human fighting each other. But if we can't have
a problem too, the civilian to militant death ratio being 1.9 or whatever instead of 7 or 8, which is what it is historically, is already kind of insane.
Yeah.
That kind of care has already been taken. One of the reasons, if you look at the UN, one of the reasons why Muslim countries have not absorbed into one caliphate yet is because having a new country gives you a new vote. If you look at the UN, there's 50-odd Muslim countries. They exercise that often. They have 22 surefire votes that they go with. That's the reason why they haven't just absorbed together into a caliphate, because last time that happened, we crushed it as the West. When it got to Vienna, we turned that shit around and we pounded the Ottoman Empire apart.
I think part of it is average people in America it's hard to express the threat of Islam to them because they don't know anything about the religion. Because once you start, if you read the Quran, you get a pretty clear view of it. You might take a positive view, but you get a pretty clear view that this isn't exactly a friendly, happy fairy dragon mall witch religion. All right, it's some
real small potatoes too.
Yeah.
Look at, so the Houthi flag, their label, their banner is basically a shortened statement that is repeated by the mullahs in Iran, in Tehran, at the opening and closing of every assembly.
Yeah, and what's the translation of that phrase?
And who's listed first in the litany of 3 that they have there? It's death to America, death to Israel, and a curse upon the Jews.
Mm-hmm.
Death to America, death to Jews, or death to, it's the same shit to them.
Yeah, and that's on their flag.
So America, they call the great Satan. Israel is the little Satan. If you think they're going to stop at Israel, if we cede that and leave it alone, you're wrong. And I'm not saying that we should endlessly fund Israel, because they can empower themselves. We don't need to be their fucking leash masters.
Right.
You know, but again, we worked with
we're not fucking globalists.
But the Iron Dome system that we're bringing here, we developed with them over there. They develop, like AMD and Intel's development headquarters are in Israel.
Yes.
A lot of our tech comes from there.
And as anybody that's a tech guy, you have to understand how big that is, having that outside of traditionally either threatened by China or owned by Chinese fucking territory.
I think we should be repatriating that effort to here and bringing in the intelligent people from Israel here. But while it's there, we should be paying to protect it. And while we invested into the development of the Iron Dome, that technology is now going to be implemented here. In fact, 2 systems were being put in 2020, and Trump's going to fucking finish them. I guess finally. Those were supposed to be done years ago, and Biden. So
I mean, they were first proposed by Reagan.
Yeah.
So that's what
they got actively developed
what
under
Star
Bush.
Wars was.
Yeah, that's the Project Star Wars, exactly. Project Star Wars under Reagan, still not quite done.
So under Bush, and then a little bit of Obama, Iron Dome finished and perfected to what it was. You have the Aero systems and they have the other longer range stuff, but the Iron Dome itself, that's kind of like our baby over there, and we're gonna get them to come here and install 2 of them here. We should be continuing to try, at least keep shaking hands until that shit's done.
I can hear it now. Why did we test it over there first and not here first? Who gets shot by rockets every day? Isn't that the best place to test it?
Well, I mean, the Muslims who get bombed by other Muslims are certainly not going to be.
It's like, of course we tested it in Israel. It was the perfect test for that exact thing.
It's like it's exactly like the Area 51 and what's his name bombing range in Nevada, except it's the actual enemy firing shit.
And what happens if it fails? Well, it's not Americans that get blown up. That's why it's a test in Israel.
Not Americans. A lot of Americans live over there.
I understand that, but literally, that's the kind of thinking process. Is you're going to.
That distinction is also why Biden Major League failed, because we're supposed to go after Americans if they get taken hostage. I mean, look, I feel terrible for the Israelis that are over there. But if I'm, thinking selfishly here, we're supposed to be projecting our imperial power in the way that we take care of our own. The Americans that were held hostage the entire time Biden was in office, why the fuck were they not gone after? Why didn't we drop a fucking Moab on those motherfuckers and then pull them out? Why didn't we send in our own SEALs? Why didn't we go in there and tell these people who's boss?
Because he was too afraid of his far left, anti-Israel, fucking Jew-hating base. And I said, shout out, bro.
The WNBA player.
The far left, the Palestinian protesters can scream in the face that it's about this and it's about that. But every time I fucking see it, all it seems to me is everything they say is just about they hate Jews. Okay.
Well, that's the thing is they talk about Zionists, and that they don't tell you is that when they say it in Arabic, they're talking about Jews.
Exactly.
What do they say? What does Zionism? What does a Zionist translate to in Arabic? Yehudi. What is Yehudi? It's Jews.
Yeah, exactly. They're also trying to lump in what they call white sympathizers or whatever, but they really just mean the Jews.
They also cry about They cry about the losses in English, and then they celebrate the martyrs in Arabic.
Mm-hmm. They sure do.
Their families get a payout.
Yeah.
It's fucking insane. And we pay part of that with our support of Palestine. When we send money to Gaza and West Bank. And then all these people talking about ethnic cleansing today with the hilarious proposal to get a negotiating position from Trump, which I thought was fucking fantastic. That he ran that through so hard that everyone already got past the point where he can actually say that. It went straight to, wait, he's doing that without skipping a beat. So he's already sold it when you do that. Like that is fucking
and I love it
businessman
because, like,
101.
the vision of like something
They cried out
similar.
ethnic cleansing, and the ethnic cleansing happened in 2006 after the
Yeah.
2005 election of Hamas, when they
Yeah, no
demanded
shit.
every Jew leave Gaza or be slaughtered. And then Israel came in and said, okay, we already gave you this land. We don't want you to kill our people. Every Jew who lives there, who's an Israeli, pack up and get the fuck out.
Yes.
They want you out of there. That's when the ethnic cleansing happened. It used to be mixed
Well,
there.
they just-
It was never 100% Arabic.
They minimize it because they just call it resettlement,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
And it's like that's not what it was. It was an ethnic cleansing of
It was an ethnic cleansing that resulted in very few deaths, but it was an ethnic cleansing.
Yeah.
Any Jew who stayed behind was slaughtered. And there's about 1,000 Christians that are effectively held hostage there. And remember they were talking about the 1,000 Christians who were getting bombed, and the only church that was left there. There's a reason there's one church left there. It's because they turned the others into mosques.
Mm-hmm. Well, and they need the Christians as, like you say, almost hostages. Like that's why they don't just kill them.
They don't let them leave.
And that was all stuff that my friend Etna hedged, who I'm sure Craig's seen her on Twitter. She's actually become quite the she's actually an American who moved to
I've heard the
Israel.
Yeah,
And,
she came on and was giving us like on the ground like what was going on. It was great.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I've known her since like way before she was. I've known her. She actually came on before she actually kind of became a big deal on X as like a on the ground.
Just from like the perspective of, because she's not like on the front lines of Gaza or something. She just lives in Israel somewhat adjacent. And so it was really interesting hearing how it affected, everything. Like you got to understand when the October 7th massacre happened, the average person in Israel, it impacted their whole life, just like 9/11 here or something.
And
yeah,
she even,
it was kind of their 9/11.
Yeah.
And she even said, look, I'm very sympathetic to the civilians in Gaza, but the problem is they don't feel the same way towards me and my family for the most part. And so she said, yeah, I feel she said, yeah, I feel sympathetic for the civilians, but at the same time, it's hard to when they want to kill us. And she also said, as an American living in Israel, that she feels that it should be our priority to get other Americans back. So,
yeah. Well, I mean, seriously, Americans first, fine. Here's the other side of that is, the Filipinos who got taken, because they had food service workers that are over there. They had plenty of international workers that were present at the festival in the surrounding towns.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of them, either they got traded out through hostage negotiation early on, or they're still held hostage, but the countries that they would otherwise be repatriated to, or just let out in Israel, they don't have any negotiating power. They don't have a place to stand from. And if we talk about, America's obligations internationally, blah, 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 the humanitarian aspect, fine, Israel can take care of its own. Let's get our guys out and the people we have treaties with out. That includes the Philippines.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I think obviously
Hong Kongers that are there, then you get them out. What the fuck is this shit with the hostages? They're trying to negotiate for the prisoner releases from Israel. It's okay, well, Trump's a fantastic negotiator. He got the damn Abraham Accords put in as a way to work around those fuckers firing the rockets.
Mm-hmm.
Why doesn't he step in and say, look, here's the table, here's the chair, you can either sit in it or we can come after you?
Yeah, which has been traditionally the only thing. That's the only thing that's ever budged Hamas.
Well, that's the language they understand. That's the only language they'll ever understand, because that's the language they speak.
I don't think people realize how much entrenched in that place Hamas's culture really is. Like the TV shows are all run by them, and it's all propaganda all day.
They have fucking children's shows that are like basically
The Memory has been fantastic as a organization to translate that stuff into English for people. Because it used to be you just had to know a Jew who knew Arabic, or you had to know a secular Arab who was able to translate it for you. Because I knew this stuff growing up, but it was never ever published in English. I don't speak Arabic, but I knew enough people that did who would just say, "Yeah, here's the show." Because you get the shows; they're UN materials. But then you listen to a whole bunch of gobbledygook and you say, "What the hell is this?" I barely understand anything in Hebrew. Now this is another fucked up language. And so you get someone who says, "Well, here's the translation, here's a transcript for you." And it's like, "Oh, they're learning how to add by killing Jews."
Yeah,
and it's literally Jews.
Yeah, they're literally learning how to add by how many Jews you kill. This show is aimed at preschoolers.
What's wild about that too? This was like a year or so ago, but I saw that they have the Arabic version up on YouTube. That's just like, that's that video of one of those kids shows in Arabic, not translated at all, right? That's on YouTube. But the English translated version where someone actually translated it, that got taken down for terms of service violation because of the whole violence thing.
Because it's hate speech, yeah. It literally, like by YouTube standards, they can't not say it's hate speech, right? Especially it's targeted at Jews.
Even though they still have the Arabic, version up there, it's fine. But I guess Google's AI can't do translation.
No. So if it did, then a lot of Arabic content would be not up. Well, here's the other thing to consider is that I won't begrudge them this because the religion explicitly makes it clear that what Jews and Christians are to Muslims. But if you ever hear, when Muslims, oh, that person's terrible, it's that person would do business with a Jew. That's an insult. Which
that's the lowest thing they can think of to say about you. Yeah.
Again, I get that that's entrenched in the culture writ large in the peninsula over there. I get it, but that is something that would, with our sensitivities in the West, go strictly against the guidelines.
We need to bring unlimited of these people here. Obviously,
they despise Jews and Christians.
Yeah, that's why we need to bring more of them here because Jews and Christians are so bad.
The moderates, the Middle East moderates, will incentivize their extremists to leave the countries so that they're left in relative peace, and they show up elsewhere and they do not integrate. And if you listen to them speak in Arabic, and again, I don't translate it, I rely on third party, but they're not exactly wrong.
Certain ones, don't you? You hear all the casual curses about Jews once that's been translated, right?
It's not just that. It's that when they speak in English with Americans, like in college classes, what have you, they will happily go along to get along with the cultural zeitgeist. But when it comes to speaking to their buddy in Arabic, who's sitting in the row behind them, they are not talking nicely about the people that are around them.
No, right. And not just the Jewish ones, just to be clear.
It's everyone.
It's all of us.
Remember, when they come here, they are visiting the great Satan.
Yeah, there's a video I saw.
Again, this is not all Muslims. This is the extremists that they incentivize to send over here.
Yeah, it's the ones that Joe Biden was, wanting to take by the truckload. Those ones.
Well, there's a video I saw recently of one of these radical, Islamists in English. They're getting along with the Queers for Palestine people, and then
of course
they're the equivalent of faggots in fucking Arabic. Yeah.
Yeah, they're laughing at them and saying how they're gonna murder, how they would murder them all if they could. So. Yeah, that's
would that I could, I would, but until then, let Allah sort them out in the end. Yeah.
By the grace of the law, somebody should kill them.
My
you heard this from Americans talking about the Viet Cong. So there is that part. Let God sort them out.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a reason why that phrase was kind of a pejorative phrase in the United States when it came to how we should treat the enemy. It's because we actually agreed to the Geneva Conventions, even though we didn't sign them.
We have a semblance of there's shit that we won't do, and they don't. Just at all. Like
you saw what they were able to do with funding from Iran when we made the funding fungible by releasing their funds from Qatar.
Well,
it's almost like we gave Iran a bunch of money and then Hamas acted up. It's almost like, never mind. No, it couldn't be.
Well, a lot of those guys that let in.
A lot of those Middle Eastern countries too, at least the leaders, openly admire Hitler too.
There's plenty of stores
because a lot of them are Baathists, and the Baath Party was tight with the Nazis.
Yeah. Then there's a bunch of Wahhabists, and they're basically they're convinced that the world's going to end tomorrow, and that you all need to repent now.
Yeah.
There's a reason Saudi Arabia is trying to modernize and to liberalize. It's because the Wahhabists who basically rule the underclass there are fucking scary nuts, and they know it, but they don't have any money. So, they basically demand tithes out of the upper class, and they pay it because they're good Muslims, but they also know that if they ever get the gumption to not pay it, the underclass they preach to would be the ones who eat them alive.
Mm-hmm. Which is why shitting all over our relations with Saudi Arabia was another Biden blunder.
Yeah. The other thing is, you notice that one of the things they've tried to do is they gave women the right to drive. That was a great step forward. That was under Trump, under Obama, and then Trump. They got it done. And then now they're trying to get them the ability to vote. And the funny thing is that gives every household they go from 1 vote to 5 votes.
I know it seems silly and trivial, but WWE has actually been a part of this, and part of it is the women wrestling problem, because Saudi Arabia is using WWE shows there to try and tell the world hey, we're more open to the Western world. That's what it is, and it's because the Crown Prince also is a fan of wrestling.
It's funny. There's a colleague I had at my lab. Who's Muslim, and he's long since graduated at this point. A great guy, a fantastic guy. And we were doing an entrepreneurial challenge, and we're looking at another one. And he said, this one, the winner of it gets to go to Dubai. And I said, that that's one of those things where I might not be able to participate in that because I just wouldn't be able to go. And he said, well, I thought Dubai is very liberal. And I said, well, I could probably trade on my last name for a while, but if they ever, they finally figure out that I'm Jewish, then my American status is probably going to be all that gets me out of there before going to prison.
Yeah.
And I said, you might get left kind of holding the bag without me there. And so, that kind of took him back for a minute. And he's Indian, but he's Muslim, so that's already got kind of the touch and go issues that are over there. But he didn't realize that was a actual major concern I'd have to have, because otherwise, he and I knew about our different faiths and we had fun with that. Again, like I said, he's a fantastic guy. He's what I would call an American moderate.
The other thing, though, with you in particular, is they would extra not like you because you're not an overt Jew. You're just a dude. They hate that shit, right? They call you crypto.
I was going to say the crypto Jew thing is a big thing they hate.
Yeah. Even though you're not secretive about it, the fact that you're not full on fucking wearing the curls and shit, they'll be like, oh, you're crypto.
Well, they would probably think that you're a Mossad agent or something, and I'm not.
No, paid by Bibby. If Bibby wants to send me a few thousand, that'd be fucking well appreciated. But I'm still not gonna fucking do any of that shit.
Yeah, no shit.
I'm much better with a gun, I think, than with hands if I'm at distance.
The Mossad agent thing, Sam, is a much more Western idea. It would just be enough to them that he's a Jew. I don't think you get that. Just being a Jew is the worst thing you could be to them.
No, I get that. I get that too.
We're the ones that would Westerners would instantly jump to Mossad. They'd just be like, "Oh, is that a Jew walking around Dubai?" Keep an eye on him. Like, not even kidding. And he's not kidding. They would maybe come pick him up, have a chat.
Well, it's little thing. Like the basement scene from Inglourious Bastards, where the hand signals what fucked it up. It'd be something simple. It's something as simple as holding a door open for a woman. If you're just accidentally courteous, there's going to be questions, and it could start off with stupid American, but it could very quickly turn to dirty Jew.
Yeah.
So I just wouldn't put myself in that situation because I'm not a retard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I wouldn't go there either. For that reason.
Maybe in 50 years, if they can modernize to the point where I'm certain that the laws are going to be amenable to an American walking around, Jewish or not, that'd be really cool. I'd love that.
Like, why would you go somewhere where you run the risk of being oppressed just for existing, right?
Well, that's the funny thing is then you see that specific argument. Every fucking liberal or every fucking leftist who talks about immigration and how oppressive the United States is.
Yeah, I know.
Why are they coming here?
Yeah. Why do you want them to come here? You hate it here.
It's because they've never traveled and saw how shitty other places are.
Seriously.
Well, and that reminds me too. So there's this. I'm actually trying to come on the show, but there's a guy I know who I don't know him personally, but he's in the office space. He's actually a former French DGSE agent, and
cool.
He said that one of the big problems they've had over in France is American and Western women going over to France to vacation, and then they get trafficked by Arabic men, because France has like a huge problem with Arabic men and basically other human traffickers.
So it's funny. There was a video of some German ladies driving down the street to what they thought would be their hotel in Paris, and the street was filled with fucking tents, and they thought it looked like a war zone. And they basically were laughing about the place that they were supposed to stay as they passed it. Like, they just weren't fucking going there. It's like, good on you guys for recognizing a stupid, obvious danger you were in.
Uh-huh.
Like it's not just drugged out Frenchies.
For all the people that fall for it.
Yeah, it's not drugged out Frenchies that are in those tents. Those are fucking Algerians and Pakistanis and Somalis. Probably some Afghanis and Iraqis that are in there now, because I think that's part of the general mix coming across Europe. But like the Calais jungle was no fucking joke back in the day under Obama, and if that shit's only gotten worse. It's just the fact that we live in our wonderful Western bubble over here that we don't have to hear about it. Also because who the fuck cares the French? But that little camp the camp just off the side of the entrance to the tunnel, the jungle in Calais has not gone away at all. It's only gotten bigger, and it's only gotten more of a problem. And Le Pen was basically campaigning on that the first time around when she got ousted by Macron, and she won last time, right?
I don't even remember.
That week, Dick Cheese getting there instead. Well,
Yeah, I don't.
This is a stupid American moment. I'll fully own that. I'm not.
I will say this though. We didn't even mention, Sam. We won 2 trade wars this week.
We did.
Well, with Mexico and Canada, essentially.
Well, the Colombian one was pretty fucking funny last week.
Oh, yeah.
It lasted a total of 45 minutes, right?
Yeah, Mexico and Canada held out a couple hours each. So there's that.
The best one is the cope that's coming with it, because, like, you fool, they're just doing exactly what they were already doing. It's like, no, he committed to paper what he was trying to pass off as just bullshit. He said, Trudeau said the $1.3 billion this, that, and the other program. It's like, okay, now it's on paper, asshole. If you don't do it, the tariffs come back. We got you on contract now.
And it's going to be tougher for you to argue against it. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and now Canadians are like, Trudeau should tariff the U.S. and it's like,
Do it.
Go for it.
And it's
Do
like,
it, fucker.
go. It's like,
Never
Go
has
for
the faggot meme been more relevant than that. Please tariff. Go ahead.
Yeah. Do a flip. Do a flip while you tariff us, okay?
You want to see how quickly your goods become less important?
Because it's literally economic suicide for Canada to tariff us, but you go, Canada.
yep.
It would be real fun to watch. Trudeau's final act of desecration on that country.
How is he still? How is he? I thought he got removed from office. That
Well,
was
When the term
resigned,
ends or whatever.
Yeah, he's basically he's softly committed to not running again. I think is
So
what
that's not really a resignation to me.
Yeah, exactly. It's a half-assed resignation.
Yeah, I promise I'm not going to
Okay.
try to become prime minister again.
Yeah.
I guess that's resigning. I think maybe it's resigning from the party.
Well, I mean, so
I'd
you
have to ask
know,
a Canadian what the fuck it means.
I wish he would resign these nuts. Sorry,
I
Sam.
wish Trump would have said that to him.
so I mean, by the time he resigns, though, there might not be a Canada to like even take over.
Correct.
Though,
It might
is
be
what-
the
is
51st
what
state.
I'm. Well, yeah, but there could be that too. So
I mean, here's the real skinny on all this, Sam, that nobody knows, but I'm gonna let you in on. Canada's not real. It's a
No,
fictional invention.
This is last Thursday.
I know that.
If you go up to the northern border for real, like there's nothing there.
The funny thing is, I've been to Canada. It's basically just like North America. It's North United States light. They have.
He's lying
money.
because he said he went to a fake place.
They have funny money in the drawer with the real money, and then they take the real money from you and they try to give you the funny money back. And you can say, "No, I want American money."
Well, that's what I was gonna say. Is there's this little place that you can go to, and I'm pretty sure we went to the same exact place because the same thing happened, and then that's it. That's Canada.
So my mother had a business function up there, and so we went north of Montana, and we went to a place, the Cheyenne Mountain Resort, and it was the funniest fucking thing because it's the most memorable part about the place, and it's a very stuck up thing. My dad ordered steak for his dinner, and he asked for a sharp knife, and the waiter stuck his nose up in the air and said, "We here at the Cheyenne Mountain Resort have no sharp knives." And he turned around and walked the fuck off. And so my dad basically had to mash through it with a butter knife. It's the funniest thing.
How do you serve steak with a butter knife? Like I'm sure it was like one of those.
It was a course meal, so the silverware's already all there. It's not like they served it with the. It was
but like
you expect, okay, how'd you cut it off the cow?
Yeah, how did you get it to my plate?
How did the guy in the kitchen trim it?
Are you saying they beat this steak off of it with a hammer?
I mean, that'd be pretty impressive.
It'd be a tasty steak.
Yeah. Also, I mean, it could happen but if it was frozen, imagine probably using like a painter's chisel.
Yeah.
Oh, but right. So we need the hog roast for Palestine.
That we do.
2 G's.
And well, on that note, I think we're definitely closer to like hitting that 30-hour.
There we go. We hit a solid 4 tonight, Sam.
All right.
Yeah, we did for sure. So
buy Sam's book. He's got a new one coming. Can I say that it's a Western without spoiling anything, Sam? Because it looks to me like a Western.
Yes, you can say that. Also, I will also say
he's like, you already did say that, so I guess you can.
I will also say that this is like the perfect time to be releasing this type of book with basically Hegseth saying all options are on the table to deal with. Like, could not be a better time to release this, since like that's what this book is all about. Is basically all options are on the table to go, you know, after the
Going down
cartels.
south and see yourself some of them old
Yes,
cartels.
and take names.
Some of them bad banditos, Sam. Those hombres.
See, I'm loving the idea of handing out letters of marque. I love that was floated out in the public.
Right.
That is a preempt on actually seriously proposing that idea. And that would be the funniest fucking thing, because Mexico would immediately become a vassal state. The number of southern United States citizens who would happily hop on their boat or their truck and make that fucking shit happen. Like, you think the deportations right now are bad.
Right. That'd be awesome.
Buddy, the cartels are not going to be here because every time they try and step across, we're getting paid.
That's right.
Oh yeah, I also love like all the I don't know. Well, I mean, it's not so much a problem here in Florida, but like I've heard that a lot of these construction crews across the U.S. like for
It was
job
actually a problem
sites.
in Florida. One of the people that was sending out doing the videos on their Instagram or TikTok or whatever was a Southern Florida contractor.
Oh yeah, that's right. So.
The roofer told him he couldn't finish the job because all of his crews were gone. He was scrambling to take up the slack, and so the home builder couldn't get the roofs done. Or roofs done.
That's gonna happen.
Yeah, I'm not gonna feel bad about it. Hire American.
All right. So okay. Shadows of Deception is available now. Your next book's coming soon. Bits and Bones
Sunday night.
Bits and Bones Sunday. Sandwich makers will be making sandwiches on Saturday evening.
Fake Untitled Podcast is probably going to be
when Evan feels like it.
It's probably going to be Saturday night at about 10:30ish.
That's okay.
On Odyssey. You can find me, Steve, and Evan bickering about the week. Going over all the random shit we can find. Just whatever comes to mind. And then if we have something interesting from the science side, we'll throw that in.
And we got Monday, Sam does something. The Whitfield Report. And then we'll be back here next week.
Yeah, what he does.
Yeah.
Yeah, who you got this week? You got somebody.
I'm interviewing Terrence LeHue from the Suit Up podcast on Monday, so he'll be there. And then I'll be on his podcast at some point to be announced as well.
See, I didn't even know all that. Sam is wheeling and dealing out here. This is why we need to get him in the White House media pool. I'm not even joking about that.
Absolutely. I think Sam and Evan need to be there.
I'll go with Evan. Yeah, Evan. I also recommended Shmuley sign up, so.
I will definitely look. Oh God. Shmuley would torture.
He's already signed up, so you're just lagging, Sam.
Yeah.
Slacking.
No, I have.
Gotta get you on that list, man.
I'll get on the list, but I have to wrap up the show first. So
no,
he's trying.
With all of that, no.
Thanks hard sell to any time.
And we'll see you next week, folks. Take care.
The right to offend is not some pesky little part of freedom of speech that we have to put up with. It is the heart and soul and lungs of freedom of speech. It is the coursing lifeblood of human progress. It is the instigator of liberty and modernity and science and understanding. What a laughing stock today's student leaders are, that they can so casually dismiss the right to be offensive without realizing that their lovely, enlightened lives are the gift of individuals who gave offense. Offensiveness is not just something we have to begrudgingly accept. Offensiveness is the motor of human progress.
Thank you for watching the Whitfield Report live on the Right to Offend Media Network. Make sure to check out Sam's books on Amazon, Audible, and Kindle. You can follow Sam on X at SamW_NGC and the Right to Offend Media Network at RTO Media. Like, comment, subscribe, and share with your friends. And until next time, God bless, God save this great nation. God, freedom, legacy, in that order.